Good afternoon, everybody. Today is Thursday, November 7th, 2024. We're here today for a town board meeting. As we start all our meetings, if we could please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Detective Michael Henry, would you mind leading us in the pledge?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mike. I know I caught you off guard back there. Okay. Councilman Rothwell, do we have an invocation today?
We do. We are very gracious to once again have our chaplain from the Riverhead Fire Department Ladies Auxiliary. So Kathy Berezny is here today, and thank you for joining us and leading us in prayer.
Thank you. Let's bow our heads. As we gather today and look forward to the two biggest holiday events of the year, we ask your presence, Lord, in a time of giving thanks and praise for the blessings bestowed upon us. We ask your comfort for those we each know who may be suffering in body and spirit as we celebrate our blessings. We give thanks for the joy of the last great holiday season when many faiths gave thanks for the eternal blessings that have been given to us. May our leaders continue to seek to care for the needs of all their constituents, whether of minor concern or major consequences, as we all work toward a better future here in the town of Riverhead. We ask for your guidance as our brothers and sisters strive to rebuild from two devastating hurricanes. May we continue to reach out and help them as they work hard to move forward in a scarred landscape that used to be a source of great peace and comfort, such as our own is here to us on Eastern Long Island. All this we pray in your everlasting presence. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Kathy.
Thank you,
Great.
Kathy.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a couple announcements. We have a couple announcements to make. Bob, if you would mind talking about Huddle for Hunger?
Oh, sure. So this Saturday, registration is at 10 a.m. I know that sponsored by the Riverhead Rotary. Special guest Super Bowl winner Gary Brown will be there and taking photographs with the kids and the adults. In collaboration with Mark M.K., Riverhead, the Riverhead Anti-Bias Task Force, Riverhead PAL, Riverhead Recreation Department. This is going to be at Stotchke Park Fields. Both fields, 1 and 2. Registration begins at 10 a.m. There are a lot of people coming, and I think, I always get his name wrong, Charles, what's his name? Massari?
Charlie Massari.
Massari. I think, where is he? There he is. Hey, Charlie. I think is working with another department to get some teams over. You have a team. All right, so we're going to play you guys. So practice up. Anyway, the gameplay starts at 11. It's between 11 and 2. It's really, and you have to bring canned food in order to play. Thank you.
I'll be betting on the PD.
We're going to win.
I don't know. If it was golf, I'd bet on Charlie. I don't know about football.
Too, also.
Ken, do you want to go over Veterans Day, the activities?
Yes, so a couple things. First, just coming up this weekend, we have a pancake breakfast that's sponsored by the VFW every year. Veterans are always welcome to come for free, enjoy a good pancake breakfast, but it's from 8 a.m. to 11:30. So please, throughout the community, come down and support your local veterans in the VFW. Moving to Veterans Day, Monday, November 11th, it's a federal holiday, so Town Hall is closed. And we have a couple events taking place. At 11 a.m., we invite the entire community to gather at the World War I Monument here in Riverhead. It's right near the Suffolk County Historical Society building. And so if we gather there between 10:30 and 10:45, we will promptly start on the 11th hour of the 11th day, 11th month. So if you would please come and join and support our veterans and as a debt of gratitude. So veterans, as we always say, is our surviving living veterans in our communities. It's an opportunity to say thank you for all of them, for their service, for all the men and women in our town. And then later in the afternoon at 1 o'clock, we will be having a gathering at Veterans Memorial Park. The Veterans Advisory Committee did put together a great program earlier this year where people within the community were able to purchase trees using their own private funds. People purchased trees and named it in honor of a local veteran. And so we have 30 trees that have now been planted this week. We just worked on putting the monuments in place this morning. So we will be ready for Monday at 1 o'clock. And then please come up and see. We're using the opportunity to beautify our parks in honor of veterans. It'll be a great day.
Excellent.
Good job.
Thank you very much. Yeah, just a reminder, Ken mentioned it, Monday, November 11th, this coming Monday, Town Hall will be closed for the holiday.
Supervisor, I have one.
Go ahead.
I would just like to thank all of the community members and people actually from outside of the town of Riverhead that took part of our fall cleanup this past Saturday here at Town Hall. We had over 150 volunteers that came out to help. So an extra special thank you to East End Hiking Group that brought a significant amount of people, the children from the Riverhead Central School District, as well as the ROTC. Thank you for everybody's help. The town looks even more beautiful than it did last week.
Excellent. Very good. Denise, you have anything?
No.
Okay. All right, we're going to move on. We're going to go a little bit out of sequence here because, as you notice, we have one or two police officers in the room, and that's always a good thing, but even better than that is we're going to promote a police officer to the rank of sergeant today. So at this point in time, I would ask Captain Wilsey to come on up, and I'm going to read the promotion, the resolution, and Resolution 2024-904 says promotes a police officer to the rank of sergeant, and today we will be promoting police officer Karli Conyers to police sergeant. So, Karli, come on up.
That was moved. Got a second?
Do we move it?
Gotta do the resolution
We're going to vote on the resolution now, and then we'll go ahead with the ceremony, okay? All right, Denise, you want to read it?
Yes. Resolution 2024-904 promotes a police officer to the rank of sergeant. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Woski,
Yes, congratulations.
Merrifield,
Yes, congratulations.
Kern,
Yes, congratulations.
Rothwell,
Yes, congratulations, Karli.
and Hubbard.
Yes. Congratulations. Best of luck to you.
Resolution is carried.
Okay? Captain Wilsey? Come up.
Do you solemnly swear that you will uphold the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of New York, and that you will faithfully perform the duties of the rank of sergeant for the Riverhead Police Department to the best of your ability, so help you God?
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Sergeant Conyers. Thank you to the men and women of Riverhead Police that came down for this event. Thank you for taking time out of your day. All right, moving on. Town Clerk Wooten, do we have any correspondence?
We did. We received 4 letters over the month. One from Meredith Ritter referencing industrial zoning. A letter from Antoinette Carbone about love of land. I'm not sure, but that's on the website if you'd like to read it. One letter from a Wading River resident reference today's public hearing on the proposed cell tower. And one letter from Richard Wines about the CPF project plan and water quality and pollution projects as addressed in the master plan. And that's it for correspondence. Under reports, we received the October report from the town building department, collected $104,779. And respectively, we received Riverhead Fire Department, Wading River Fire Department, Jamesport Fire Department, and the Manorville Fire Department's adopted 2025 budgets for the year 2025. And that's it for reports.
Okay. We have 5 public hearings scheduled for today. The first public hearing is scheduled for 2 o'clock. It is now 2:14. And this public hearing is regarding Elite Towers, Wading River Fire Department, and the Monroe balancing test. And I would ask Matt Charters to step on up to the microphone and start it off.
Good afternoon, everyone. For the record, Matt Charters, Senior Planner for the town of Riverhead.
No.
I'll just start off. We did get affidavits of mailing and posting that I provided to the clerk's office this morning. I'll read the public notice into the record, then update the board and the public on the application, just where we're at so far, and then I'll turn it over to the applicant. Okay, so in terms of the public notice, please take notice that a public hearing will be held before the town board of the town of Riverhead at 4 West 2nd Street, Riverhead, New York, on the 7th day of November 2024 at 2 p.m. for the purposes of conducting the Monroe balancing test pursuant to the New York State Court of Appeals decision in the matter of County of Monroe, 72nd New York 2nd Department 338 from 1988, to determine whether and to what extent the application entitled Elite Towers Wading River Fire District shall be exempt from the zoning and land use regulations of the town of Riverhead. The subject application seeks to construct a wireless communication facility which includes the construction of a 190-foot concealment pole with Wading River Fire District communications antennas atop the proposed pole for a total height of 213 feet, with Verizon Wireless installing 3 antennas at a centerline height of 185 feet, future carriers installed below the Verizon antennas with 4 antennas to be located at 75 feet and 3 antennas to be located at 95 feet, with all wireless communication antennas located within the concealment pole and with related and-site improvements including an equipment room within the building, a 174-square-foot equipment area on the building's roof, as well as natural gas generator within a 1.57-acre parcel, which is currently improved with a Wading River Fire Station and accessory structures, a fueling station for the fire district, an existing metal lattice tower containing existing antennas, parking, and other related site improvements, which is located within the Residence B80, RB80 zoning use district situate at 1503 North Country Road, Wading River, more particularly identified as Suffolk County Tax Map Number 600-54-1-28.4. So if the board recalls, we reviewed this application at a work session on September 18th. By Resolution 2024-856, we classified this as a Type 1 action and began the secret process. By Resolution 2024-857, we did publish and post for a public hearing for today. Just some other goings-on with the application. We did refer this to the Suffolk County Planning Commission, which by letter dated October 15th, 2024, found this to be a matter for local determination. So the purpose today is to go through the Monroe balancing test. It is a 9-part test to determine how, like I said before, to what extent an applicant can be excluded from local zoning. So that test, the 9 parts are the nature and scope of the instrumentality seeking immunity, the encroaching government's legislative grant of authority, the kind of land use or function involved, the effect local land use regulations would have upon the enterprise concerned, alternative locations for the facility in less restrictive zoning areas, the impact upon legitimate local interests, alternative methods of providing the proposed improvement, the extent of the public interest to be served by the improvements, and then intergovernmental participation in the project development process and opportunity to be heard. with that being said, I'll turn it over to Greg Alvarez, who's the attorney for the applicant, who's going to go through the project for the board and the public.
Good afternoon, Mr. Supervisor, council members, members of the public in attendance. My name is Greg Alvarez from the law firm of Amato Law Group, 666 Old Country Road, Garden City, New York, here on behalf of the co-applicants, Wading River Fire District, Elite Towers, and Verizon Wireless. So just a few words about the applicants, because that's important in terms of the analysis that we're asking of this board today. First, the Wading River Fire District. They provide fire rescue and ambulance services to the Wading River community. And as part of that work, they're licensed to operate a wireless facility, which aids in their mission to serve the community. Elite Towers. Elite Towers is a company that specializes in the construction of communication facilities like the one we're proposing here, with vast experience throughout Long Island and the region. Verizon Wireless, as we're all familiar, is a commercial wireless carrier. They're also a public utility under the laws of the state of New York, and they provide wireless services to their subscribers. So today, we're seeking something that is unusual, but not overwhelmingly unique. It's something that happens on occurrence when a governmental agency, such as the fire district, seeks approval to do anything on their land. And so what we're seeking today is an exemption from the zoning requirements under the town code. And this is pursuant to a Court of Appeals decision that dates back to 1988. It has been applied since then. It's called the Matter of County of Monroe versus the City of Rochester. And what that court case did was memorialize a test to consider in these types of situations when you have a public entity, a government entity that is seeking approval to, like I said, improve their property. So it's normally called the Monroe building or the Monroe balancing test, which is just named after the case that created the standards. So we're seeking that here today because in terms of the town code requirements that and the processes that would be required as part of this application are quite substantial. 3 boards. So we'd have to come before your board, we'd have to come before the the zoning board, and as well as the planning board for various approvals. And so this type of procedure allows, and it is a perfect situation to allow this sort of application to proceed because of the hurdles that sometimes can be in place in terms of town code requirements. But as part of this request, in which we're asking for the exemption of zoning requirements, we're also asking for a negative declaration under the State Environmental Quality Review Act, which Mr. Charters had discussed briefly before. I just want to give you a brief overview in terms of this process, just to make sure to understand what has come before. So we originally filed this application over a year ago, in September of 2023. And since then, we have been in close consultation with the planning department and many other government agencies, in fact, to go through the specifics of this application to ensure that we're providing each and every item under that balancing test. We've gone back and forth, and we've filed voluminous materials to this board and to the planning department for consideration to make sure that all of the details of that balancing test have been addressed. As mentioned back in September, this board heard a work session and scheduled this hearing shortly thereafter so that there would be this opportunity for public discourse on the application, which is another consideration to apply as part of this balancing test. So the main reason why this request is being made, it all comes down to one word, and that's need. And the need refers back to the wireless communications that I mentioned at the top of my remarks. Currently, within the Wading River area, and for quite some time, in fact, there have been difficulties in terms of communications with the fire district to ensure that they can meet the needs of their residents. I'm going to have a representative of the fire district to come up in just a moment to explain in more detail. But as we discussed at the work session, I think everyone has a story as to the difficulties that are involved in terms of the communications within that area of the town. Verizon Wireless is a co-applicant here, and they would be positioned at the top of the pole, at least in the concealment area. And they likewise have experienced that problem in the area. And because of that, that is why this facility is so critical. The piece with Verizon Wireless also, it should be noted, Verizon Wireless is the carrier that the fire district also uses as part of their wireless communications. So it's a perfect synergy at this point. Certainly more carriers will be positioned on that pole in the future, but Verizon Wireless being at the top of the pole is even most critical, in particular for the fire district's needs. So it's not just a mere annoyance, it's something that has seriously impaired the fire district's ability to communicate and do its job on a day-to-day basis, and that's why we're here today. The reason for this, it's simply the area. We're talking about an area that has a topography where it is quite hilly, and also there is quite a bit of vegetation, quite a bit of tree cover. Both things that create difficulties for wireless systems, and we're going to explain that for you in brief form when we have a few experts talk about that. So the property itself, I just want to identify it. It's the main firehouse of the fire district, located at 1503 North Country Road. It's approximately 1.5 acres in size, and it's designated as District 600, Section 54, Block 1, Lot 28.4 under the Suffolk County Tax Map. It's on the western side of North Country Road and just south of Wading River Road. It's zoned Residence B80. In the area, it's a mix of uses, primarily residential, of course, but there are religious uses, both to the north and to the south, and there are some commercial uses even on Wading River Road. So on the north side, it's Wading River Congregational Church. On the south, it's St. John Baptist Church. And then residents are located just to the west. So let's just talk briefly about the proposal itself. If we can have the first document put on the screen, that would be helpful. There we have it there. Thank you. Could we go to about 6 pages in? I'll count 6. 3. One more. There we go. So you can't really see too much there, but this is, in fact, the site. About, like I said, 1.5 acres. The fire district building is positioned more towards the northerly part. The orientation that you're looking at is north is to the left, south is to the right. And right in, I would say, kind of in the middle there, you'll see a circle, and that it would be the actual location of the proposed pole. It would be 190 feet, as described earlier. And if you could go to the next page, please. One more page, please. I'm sorry, one more. And one more after that. There we go. Okay, so that's the elevation, and that gives you an idea. And so this is what's called a concealment pole, which means that all of the proposed antennas that will be used by carriers will be insides to create that one single stick effect. And it will be consistent color all the way through. So it's designed to minimize the appearance, because it's much different, say, than the poles you've seen that were previously built that had the exterior mounts and the antennas were on the outside. This is meant to create a single line effect. And on the top will be the whip antenna of the fire district, which will provide the needed communications for the district, and also has room for other public agencies to install in the future. If we go back to the previous one, I'm sorry. You could, if we could go back to the previous one, it was about 3 or 4 back. Okay. So here, again, this is just the site plan. So the second piece of the proposal, you do have ground equipment that is associated with the pole. A portion of it will be installed inside the building, and then another portion actually will be installed on the rooftop of the building, located in the back, as indicated on the plan. So just a couple other things I'm going to point out, then I'm going to turn it over to the folks I have for you to hear from today. We're also required, again, we filed numerous documents, numerous reports into the record, but I'd just like to point out a few more things. First, we are required under the FCC to make sure that RF emissions are well below the FCC standards. And in fact, we have submitted a report to that effect, and we're actually below 1% of the stated standards, so well below what the FCC states. And then to the bulk of it, so the Monroe balancing standards. It was mentioned by Mr. Charters as to the 9 standards, but it really comes down to that balance. And the balance is this. You're balancing the need for the use of that will be provided to the public versus the considerations of the locality and the applying of the zoning standards. Now, as I mentioned, the need is unquestioned, and we're going to provide further evidence of that. The area needs this service. So then you're balancing it against the needs of the locality and applying the zoning standards. As I've stated, we have submitted materials across the board to make sure that all of the considerations under the balancing standards, and even under the zoning standards, in fact, are in the record. And that includes a planning report, a consistency study, which we'll talk about as well with one of the experts that we have here today. One other point I'd like to note in terms of the balancing standards, you have to talk about alternatives. So of course we did that as well. We submitted an alternatives report to indicate the other folks that we have spoken to in the area in terms of other locations where it could have been positioned. All of the places you would think, the churches, even up on Wading River, up on Wading River Road, and this is the location that's received any interest in terms of locating on that property. From a technical perspective, we also looked at alternatives. Any alternative technology, any way to put the tower lower. And we have also demonstrated that because of the topography, because of the vegetation that I talked about earlier, this is the minimal site to install to make sure that that needed wireless communication will be there for the fire district. Okay. At this time, I'd like to bring up some folks. I'll just introduce and tell you who we intend to, and then we'll go in order. First, we're going to have Commissioner Terrence Culhane of the Wading River Fire District, who will talk about the issues that they've faced over the years in terms of wireless communications. To back that up, we're going to have Andrew Hintz, who is their radio frequency engineer, who will talk about that in technical terms. We'll try to keep that short. We also have a similar representative on behalf of Verizon Wireless, that's Martin Lavin, who will talk as well in terms of the gap that's there currently. And then finally, we'll have William Sklar from VHB, who looked at the planning aspects of the application. And so he will go through his analysis in regard to the balancing test. So first, I'll have Commissioner Culhane step up, and I'll step away from the microphone.
Well, good afternoon.
No, Terry.
Seems like you stole a little bit of my thunder, but I'm going to ask your patience, so let me get through what I have to get through. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Terry Culhane. I'm one of the 5 commissioners of the Wading River Fire District. I want to thank the board for this opportunity and the community to allow us to speak to all of you today. If I may indulge everyone, let me give a quick overview of the district and the department. The Wading River Fire Department was established on July 21st, 1947. In September of that year, a siren was purchased and mounted on top of the general store, which was located near the duck ponds. Why is this important? That siren was used to alert volunteers of fires in the community. That first year, the department answered 4 calls for service. In 1954, the Wading River Fire District was formed, which greatly assisted the fire department with funding to operate and maintain the building, apparatus, and equipment. In 1955, the department relinquished all control and ownership of the building, property, and equipment to the fire district. In 1968, the very first radios were put into service. They were called plectrons, which were single-band UHF, VHF radios. They were somewhat experimental. Now fast forward to today, where our calls of service have increased significantly, approaching 1,300 calls already this year. Over the years since, radio technology has improved. Even with the dramatic increases in communication technology, it is a challenge by the topography of the community we serve. The topography of Wading River, for those of you that don't know, there's a lot of hills and valleys, low-lying areas, and is heavily treed and with a lot of vegetation. With topography such as this, radio communication is at best marginal in a substantial portion of our service area. As such, this places our first responders at an extreme disadvantage, both in responding to calls, to mitigating those calls for service that we respond to, and most importantly, puts the lives of those first responders in jeopardy. It is my understanding that back in 2010, there was a push to erect multiple cell towers in the Wading River area as well as in other areas of the town. The Wading River sites included, but were not limited to, Little Flower, the East Wind Complex, and the church grounds of St. John the Baptist. At the time, all sites were denied due to community opposition and the lack of transparency in the process. Our goal today, as has always been, is to be as transparent as possible to explain the absolute need for communication enhancements. With that being said, it is essential that everyone understand that the primary function of this communication tower, not a cellular tower, a communication tower, is to address the safety of our first responders and subsequently community that we serve. This is accomplished by eliminating those obstacles preventing radio transmissions from reaching a viable receiver. Additionally, we are offering the town an opportunity to put a site for the town police to enhance their limited communication issues in our service area. And yes, we are allowing at least 2 cellular companies access to the tower, which again serves 2 purposes. The first, it will enable our medical personnel the ability to transmit medical data to hospitals prior to transport so that we can provide immediate care to stabilize patients at the scene of a call. Secondly, this added benefit will provide better cellular coverage, which is sorely needed with the proliferation of cell usage over hardwired landlines, which are becoming a thing of the past in most households. Why bring up all of this? Let me highlight a few incidents which put a spotlight on the importance of this project. Earlier this year, we responded to a structure fire on North Wading River Road, approximately 1/4 of a mile away from our headquarters, and we couldn't communicate with headquarters or Suffolk County Fire Dispatch, hampering our ability to request additional units, report on conditions, and provide updates as required. On a number of medical responses, our medical first responders were unable to transmit real-time crucial patient medical data to the hospitals, which would enable us to stabilize and treat patients properly prior to their transport. Our equipment relies on cellular service to transmit this important information, and without it, jeopardizes the safety of the patient's care. More recently, we had a member of our own department slip and fall on an exterior stairwell, suffering a substantial head injury. Another member, incidentally, came upon this member, he's also a member of our town board, and attempted to call for help on his cell phone without success, as there was no cell service available. Due to the nature of the injuries, he could not leave that individual to use a landline in the fire headquarters to request help. Luckily, another member came while he was stabilizing the injured party. These are just a few of the many incidents that highlight the immediate need for this communications tower. So I want to thank the town board for this opportunity to speak on behalf of the Wading River Fire District, the fire department, and all the community that we serve. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thank
Commissioner.
you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And at this time, I'd ask Andrew Hintz to step forward, and he'll speak about it from a technical side. And if we can put up the next document, and then Andrew, we have all three up there for your use.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrew Hintz with Integrated Wireless Technologies, 101-1 Collin Drive, Holbrook, New York. And we are subcontracted to the Wading River Fire District to service and enhance their communication systems, specifically with relating to the two-way radios and pagers, the RF technology that they utilize. I want to parrot what Commissioner Kulane said. The height of this structure is driven by the fire district. I think that's what's exceptional about this particular application. Typically, we can restrict structures to a much lower height. The height of this structure is driven by the fire district. I don't know which map that is. I might have to get my eyes checked.
See if I can, I'll read it for you. I'll go over there.
Just let me know which one it is.
Sure. Sorry about that.
This one here, too.
That was fire headquarters. This is water tank.
So yeah, this is the one we want to focus on first, which is the water tank. This particular map demonstrates their coverage for their systems as they appear today. What is alarming about this particular map is that while the district exceeds the shaded areas, you see that the current system has a quality of communications that focuses in the center of the district. That was as it was designed when we had limited sites available to us. The fire district has already staged its own tower site at Station 2, dedicated solely to RF communications at their substation to the east, which is expected to be utilized to enhance this coverage, but we still have the issue of coverage to the west. If we could go to the map for the proposed coverage from fire headquarters.
Headquarters.
So as demonstrated by this map, we see significant improvement in the coverage to the west end and the south of their district from fire headquarters. This coverage is with the fire district's antennas being placed at the top of the tower at a base height of 190 feet as discussed. But this isn't the driving need for the height of the tower. Obviously, we speak to that radio coverage, and this is going to enhance it tremendously. If we can go to it should be the last page, which is the link. Nope.
I think that was it.
Do we have the link plan?
The third one, yeah.
topology?
Yeah, if we could go back to that previous one, the one that has not been, that one.
Nope.
No, it's not that. Okay.
So not available on the slide deck is the plan that shows the data link that's required between the existing site, the water tank, and fire headquarters. So as we know, fire headquarters is down almost at sea level. It's probably 20 feet above sea level at best. And it increases dramatically as you exit that fire district. You're all uphill to get away from there. So when we draw a line from the top of the Riverhead Town water tank that we co-locate at to Wading River Fire, in order to make a data link, we need that dedicated data link for our system so that there's no latency, there's no delay, so we can have that simulcast communications synchronized between the water tank and the fire headquarters. That's what's driving the height for the structures, that data link. When we look at the tree growth, and we anticipate tree growth over the next decade, if we're not at this height, we do not make a link. We do not have what's called direct line of sight. So that direct line of sight for that data link that we're going to establish to support RF communications is what's driving the height of this tower. That data link is also going to serve as a backup to what the fire district operates today as its link between its stations. So obviously, everything is data. Everything is files that's shared. Everything is a report that's passed between access control systems, or all IP. And right now, the fire department has a system that's reliant on other providers that are telephone-based. So if there were ever to be any kind of catastrophic weather event where telephone poles are impaired, or possibly if somebody just a car strikes a pole and that pole comes down, the fire department could lose communications between its facilities. So not only to enhance the radio communications, but also the data communications between the substation and fire headquarters. So the other thing that's driving the need to expand the fire district's communications that I wanted to touch on real quick was its original UHF frequency license was a higher emissions power channel. They've added 2 channels to their lineup since and attempted to use them from the water tank. Those 2 newly licensed channels were much lower emitting power, ERP. They're half as powerful as the channels that we originally licensed, the 1 channel. The 1 channel serves as their main operating channel, and we've added paging, and we've added some other district communications to that main operating channel over the years. It's congested. We need to alleviate that. In order to use the newly licensed channel, we need to expand the footprint. We need to engage a simulcast system using multiple sites so that paging can occur on a dedicated channel, that fire suppression main operations can have its own dedicated channel and not be interfered with. So I'm open to answering any questions when the time comes. I'll stick around, but essentially that's the technological overview of what the fire district's looking to accomplish. And I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, yes, and we apologize for not having it up on the screen, but that elevation plan was actually submitted into the record to depict what Andrew ably described. At this time, I'd like to ask Martin Levin to come forward just to speak briefly about the Verizon Wireless system as well. Thank you.
Martin Levin, C-Squared Systems, on behalf of Verizon Wireless, 65 Dartmouth Drive, Auburn, New Hampshire. Next slide is our first one. Yes. Okay, that indicates the location of sites currently in this area. The black star in the middle is the proposed location, and the lines out there are marked and the number of miles between that location and the nearest sites in that area. And you can see they are pretty far away right now.
Maybe next page.
Next page. Current coverage in this area for us, green is in building coverage, blue is in vehicle coverage. As you can see in the area surrounding the proposed site, there is a substantial lack of coverage, and that we are located, optimally speaking, right in the middle of the gap, which is the most efficient way to serve it. Next slide.
Yeah.
There is the coverage we achieve we connect more on the roads and substantially reduce the gap in coverage at that site. And one more slide is the topography in that area. As the fire commissioner mentioned, there's a lot of trees in this area and certainly a lot of terrain which interferes with signals both for us and for them. So that is the story of why the site is there and needs to be there.
And Mr. Levin,
Thank you.
can just speak briefly to the Verizon's connection with the fire district?
Oh yes, the data terminals used by the fire department are on the Verizon network. So the data for the medical information that was mentioned and communicating with hospitals and so forth goes over Verizon's commercial network. Okay.
Thank you very much. All right, and finally, we have William Sklar from VHB, who analyzed that other side of the balancing test, the considerations of the community character and planning considerations. So I'm going to turn it over to William at this point to go through his analysis that's also submitted in the record. Thank you.
Good afternoon. William Sklar. I'm a senior environmental planner from VHB with offices at 100 Motor Parkway in Hauppauge, New York. So VHB was retained to prepare a Part 1 environmental assessment form as well as a planning, zoning, and visual impact analysis for the proposed wireless communication facility at the Wading River Fire Department property. The planning, zoning, and visual impact analysis includes a description of the need for the proposed facility for both the Wading River Fire District's communications needs and Verizon Wireless's cellular network. So a quick overview of the existing conditions. The Wading River Fire District property is approximately 1.5 acres and is within the town's RB 80 zoning district. Existing improvements include the fire department headquarters, an accessory building, fueling station, and surface parking. The surrounding area includes a mix of community facilities, single-family residential uses, commercial uses, and open space. These surrounding uses include the Wading River Congregational Church to the north, single-family residences to the south and west, and North Country Road, single-family residences and a church to the east. With regards to the environmental considerations, it is noted that minimal ground disturbance of approximately 2/100ths of an acre for the concealment pole and utility lines is required. All currently occupied by paved areas and landscaping, and these areas would be replaced in kind after construction of the facility. The project does not involve tree removal, and there are no sensitive environmental resources, including wetlands, surface waters, or floodplains on or adjacent to the subject property. So one aspect of the report that we submitted is the visual impact analysis, and to conduct this analysis, a viewshed model map was prepared to assess the visibility of the concealment pole throughout the surrounding area within a 1-mile radius. And you can see up on the screen areas highlighted in pink are where the computer model predicts visibility of the top of the concealment pole. The viewshed analysis demonstrates that visibility of the concealment pole would be limited. The extensive tree cover in the majority of the area surrounding the subject property would screen views from the vast majority of the surrounding residential and densely wooded areas. As shown on this viewshed map, views of the proposed concealment pole are expected to be limited to those areas in the immediate vicinity of the subject property and within portions of the few nearby open, cleared land and surface water areas. The proposed concealment pole would be expected to be visible in the immediate area of the subject property along North Country Road to the northwest and southeast, and along North Wading River Road to the east. Visibility is expected to be more intermittent along North Country Road to the south, expected to become more intermittent, along North Country Road to the south, up to a distance of approximately 1/3 of a mile. The proposed concealment pole is also expected to be visible primarily to the northwest of the subject property in areas without dense tree cover surrounding Wading River along Creek Road and on the ponds along North Country Road. The viewshed model also shows that there would be limited to no visibility to persons standing on the ground in most residential areas and along Route 25A and Sound Avenue. So to verify the results of this viewshed model, VHB conducted a site and surrounding area investigation on April 25th, 2023. A crane was raised with a flag attached to the maximum antenna height for the Wading River Fire Department of 213 feet. VHB drove the publicly accessible roads within 1 mile of the site to assess the visibility of the flag that was attached to the top of the crane. The results of this 1 mile visibility study confirmed the predicted visibility of the viewshed model with limited visibility throughout the surrounding area. And if we could get the photo simulation package up on the next, thank you. So during the field survey, photographs were taken to create photo simulations of the proposed facility. Photographs were obtained from 11 publicly accessible viewpoints in the surrounding area. These photographs were obtained on April 25th, 2023, during the early stages of leaf growth for the season. Of these 11 viewpoints, photo simulations were prepared for 7 viewpoints where the flag on top of the crane was visible. And if you could please go to viewpoint number 5. Starting with this location. This is on, and if you could go to the next page, this is the existing condition. Here's the proposed condition. This is on near the intersection of Sound Road and North Country Road, approximately 0.21 miles to the northwest of the proposed facility. And as you can see, in the middle of the photo simulation, only the top portion of the concealment pole and the antennas for the Wading River Fire Department are visible above the tree line at this location. If you could move to viewpoint number 6, please. So this photo simulation was taken along North Country Road. This is approximately 0.32 miles to the southeast of the proposed facility. The trees in the vanishing point of the photograph conceal the bottom of the pole at this location, and as you can see, flipping back and forth, only the top portion of the pole is visible above the tree line in this area. And next, if you could please skip to viewpoint number 10. This is along Creek Road, approximately 1 mile to the north of the proposed facility. As you can see, again, only the very top portion of the concealment pole is visible, and it largely blends with the horizon in this area above the tree line. So there are several other viewpoints included in the photo simulation package as well, but I just wanted to highlight those few.
Make a comment. When you did your test, you disappointed the community because they all thought the tower was going up, and then they wanted to know why we addressed to take it down the next day. Again, as shown on the photo simulations, in areas where the proposed concealment pole would be visible, it would be seen among intervening tree cover that generally screens the lower portion of the concealment pole. In most locations of visibility, only the upper portion would be visible above the tree line. There are other elements, including a neutral coloration of the concealment pole, which would help blend it with the sky and the surrounding trees. And I would also just note that during the time of year with full tree foliage, there would be additional screening of the concealment pole, as these were prepared in late April when only the early growth was present. So, moving on to the zoning analysis that was included in our report. From a zoning perspective, as Mr. Alvarez indicated, the Wading River Fire Department is applying for immunity from the Town Code special use permit requirements for wireless communications facilities, as it is an eligible government entity under the Monroe balancing test. However, the zoning analysis included in the Planning, Zoning, and Visual Impact Analysis report includes an assessment of the zoning criteria for a wireless communications facility that would apply if immunity from zoning is not granted under the Monroe balancing test.
Without zoning immunity, the facility would require relief from the zoning use district requirement, the minimum tower setback, separation between towers, security fencing, landscaping, and minimum rear yard requirements. With regard to the zoning use district requirement, the site is located within the town's RB80 zoning district, where wireless facilities are not a permitted use. With regard to minimum tower setbacks, the requirement is for a setback of 100% of the tower height, in this case 190 feet, from adjoining lot lines. The proposed setbacks are 27 feet 10 inches from the western property line, 99 feet 9 inches from the eastern property line, 170 feet 8 inches from the northern property line, and 209 feet 7 inches from the southern property line. With regard to the tower separation requirement, the code requires a 25,000-foot separation distance between communications towers. And under existing conditions, there are currently 6 communication towers that are within 25,000 feet of the proposed facility. With regard to security fencing, the code requires an 8-foot fence to surround the wireless communications facility. Instead, the proposal includes bollards to be installed on the west and south sides of the concealment pole foundation, but the pole would be protected by the Wading River Fire Department headquarters building to the north and east, and the existing retaining walls to the west. The rooftop equipment platform would also only be accessible to appropriate personnel via stairs with a locking gate, and the concealment pole would not be accessible from the ground. The town code also requires landscape buffers to screen the tower base and accessory facilities from residential property. The proposed facility would be situated between the fire station building and the existing retaining wall, which abuts existing dense mature vegetation on a hillside to the west. And there is also existing evergreen landscaping within the fire department parking lot. So the base of the concealment pole would therefore be effectively screened from the existing surroundings, and the ancillary equipment would be situated behind the existing rooftop parapet or within the fire department building itself. Finally, there's a minimum rear yard requirement in the RB80 zoning district of a 75-foot setback. The concealment pole would be set back from the rear property line 71 feet 10 inches, but given the shape, size, and existing improvements on the fire department property, it is not feasible to locate the concealment pole at a location that meets this 75-foot rear yard requirement. So, to summarize, it is respectfully submitted that the benefits of improved emergency communications for the Wading River Fire Department with a facility on its own property would outweigh the benefits of full compliance with the zoning criteria for wireless communications facilities. The proposed facility is not expected to result in significant adverse environmental or visual impacts and has been designed to be the least visually obtrusive feasible while meeting the communications needs of the Wading River Fire Department. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, and with that, that is our presentation to this board. Certainly, if there are any questions of the board or the community, we are here to answer them, and we look forward to your input based on what we presented to you. Thank you.
So after this now, if any of us went on Jeopardy, we now have the answer to what is the Monroe balancing test.
There you go.
That was a very well-balanced presentation, but anyway.
Mr. Alvarez, go ahead.
Okay.
I actually have a request. I don't know if it's to Mr. Alvarez
Yes.
or maybe to Mr. Howard. Mr. Howard, I had invited the police captain to come in to speak, because he had mentioned peripherally about the police department also needing to utilize communications in that area. And I just thought that might be helpful, instead of hearsay, that she could maybe come up. Is it appropriate for her to come up in this?
It is a public hearing, that would be
Okay.
fine.
So I just invite her, if she would, Captain Woolsey, please, to speak with regard to the police needs in that area for communication.
Good afternoon. Well, I can tell you, speaking for the police department, there is a need to increase the ability for the residents of Wading River and residents or people passing through Wading River to be able to contact 911 and to be able to fully utilize the 911 services. Without the initial call, your cell phone call going through to 911, you're not going to be able to get any help. The police, the fire, the initial call really needs to go through. There are many residents who don't own landlines anymore. Cell phones have become much more predominant right now. And with the inability of a cell phone to get through, you're not going to be able to get any help. In my prior position as the operations lieutenant, I was in charge of the dispatch office, and we've had several occasions in the past where people have contacted 911 from their cell phones. That cell call was dropped, and they were unable to get all their information out. We still always send an officer to their last known location, but without being able to get all of their updated information, it will be a delayed response in getting people help. Police radio transmissions are limited in that area of Wading River. It was said before, it's very sporadic. North Country Road, by the duck ponds, anybody who lives in Wading River knows when they travel down North Country Road, probably exactly where their cell phone's going to drop off. That happens for people in the ambulance who are trying to notify the hospital. It happens for a police officer who is trying to contact for more resources. Sometimes they try on their portable radio first, that doesn't go through. They can try on the cell phone, and sometimes that takes 2 or 3 tries to actually get through. A faster connection between the residents and 911 and the ability for the first responders to talk to each other will decrease the response times for the residents and increase the ability for the public to get help they need in times of emergency.
Thank you.
Thank you, Captain.
Thank you, Captain.
So just to, if I can mention a few things. So as people may know, I personally live in Wading River. Being active in the area, when you on a weekend basis, we have hundreds of people that attend St. John the Baptist Roman Catholic Church on our weekends. We have a large majority that go over to the First Congregational Church on weekends. And as the captain says, many people strictly rely on the ability to utilize those cell phones to call 911. I can tell you that I've been in church in times and we've had incidents that occurred and everyone grabs their cell phone and it doesn't work and you can't call 911. I'll switch hats and also say that I am a proud member of the Wading River Fire Department. It is a unique situation to have such limited radio communications down there. When we are sitting on the ramp, and I hope I don't mind if I know that our fire chief is here and our fire commissioners, but just speaking as a member, when you're on the ramp and you're trying to, further get additional communications from perhaps the chief on scene or other responding vehicles, you're very limited, and you don't necessarily have a full scope of what exactly is taking place and how to approach the emergency and handle it when you're such limited. There is a great need for this, so I want to focus less on the simple life of when people think about cell phone towers today. They just think of having the ability to work on their phone and get their Wi-Fi and do other things, but this is really strictly, in my eyes, this is about emergency communications, and it is about when our men and women in our law enforcement, our men and women in our fire service that are entering buildings, responding to heart attack victims, when every second counts. And we don't have that radio communication, and you can't get additional help, or you don't know what's happening when you arrive on scene. With every second counting, when we know we have the ability to fix it by building this tower, there is no reason not to do it. And so this is, from my standing point, I will always stand behind our fire department and law enforcement personnel. This is a correction towards what is greatly needed down in the Wading River Fire Department area, so that every officer, member, and police officer that responds to the scene has continuously communications. When a chief is standing out on the front lawn and he's sending manpower into a burning building, he needs to have continuous communication, and that can't physically take place in many areas of Wading River. And so there's a great risk at hand that must be addressed. I commend the fire commissioners have worked very hard on this. This is something which they have been working on for years to put this together, to finally come to fruition. And so I commend them for their long-going work on this and pushing this through for a number of years. And I also always commend, I have our fire chief in this room, Chief Donnelly, and for his ongoing patience in this process towards, us from this side getting ready, having an opportunity to correct, a dangerous situation. So that our job as a town board and the people within our entire community is to provide our chiefs and officers with the necessary tools in which they need on a fire scene to succeed. We had a structure fire, as was mentioned earlier, that was just a few hundred yards from our firehouse, and there was really limited radio to no communications that could be on that scene. It was a very difficult situation, and so let's correct what we can, and that thereby saving and protecting the lives of our officers on scene. And so that's really, it's not about just having a cell phone tower and about, a different life that all of us get used to just wherever we are, Googling and surfing the web. This is about life and safety, and so this needs to be put in place, and I hope that it will continue to go through the process as quickly as possible, because every day that it's not there, it leaves our officers, members at risk. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have anybody from the public who would like to come up to the podium? Come on up, state your name, please.
Hi, good afternoon. My name's
afternoon.
Joanne Romano. I live in Wading River, the house right next to the fire department. That was an amazing presentation that they spent probably a year researching. I only wish I had that amount of time to do my research. So I got notice 10 days ago that this was happening, and there is a need, without a doubt. No one in Wading River will ever argue that there's a need for this cell phone tower. I am proposing the location of it has not been researched to the fullest, as it should be. We are talking about health issues, and I have some questions on that as well. There are alternative locations that, with time and effort, I'm sure that we can get to where that should be. I do have 25 signatures here of just the people, I only had 3 days knocking on doors, 25 people who are opposing to the location of the tower, not the tower itself. I also have something, once I dug into this, I'm not sure if anyone is aware of this, so I'm going to share this information. In California, the firefighters had a cell phone tower in their district. They fought and won to get the cell tower removed from their fire station after they showed signs of sickness from the emissions. This was after brain scans found abnormalities in all the firefighters tested, as there was delayed reaction time, lack of impulse control, and cognitive impairment. All firefighters tested had suffered from sleep disturbances, headaches, lack of focus, and memory loss following the installation of a tower adjacent to their station 5 years earlier, only 5 years. Number two, I'm wondering if anyone has researched or has been aware that the firefighters lobbied and won the removal of the cell tower from near their station. There was a significant amount of information regarding health impact of cell towers on humans at the website for the International Association of Firefighters. And as it stands now, that website and the IAFF opposes the use of fire stations as base stations for towers and/or antennas for the conduction of cell phone transmissions until it is proven that such sightings are not hazardous to the health of the members. Number three is, this was pretty profound when I realized this. Was anyone aware that in 2021, the court ordered the FCC to address the impact of the RF radiation on the children and the long-term exposure? And as of January 2024, the FCC has not responded to the court order. I do have documents here. I would love for you to read this. It's astonishing. There's case studies. I printed them all out. Can someone give them to them?
You can submit them to the town clerk,
Okay.
and they'll be put in part of the public record.
Yes. Also, in that packet is 2 alternative sites. Like I said, I only had 10 days, but there are, judging by what that presentation said, that they contacted East Winds, and so I would imagine right across the street from East Winds would be a good position for the tower, and that's the National Cemetery, which people are already dead, so I don't think we have to worry about any exposure there, and health issues, and maybe we might have to jump over some hurdles to get that land qualifying for it, but I mean, this is the safety of our firefighters. If this information that I've read is true, and I don't think anyone is even knowing of it, it really needs to be looked at. So the Environmental Health Trust revealed in 2023, they submitted 375 documents to the FCC, and they still haven't upped their or reviewed their standard regulations of how much toxic things we can absorb before getting sick. So that was in 1996 that they made those regulations, and they have not been updated, and the court has ordered them to do this, and they have not. So I am at least requesting that we wait for these findings to come back from the FCC and with the updated regulations to how much radiation we can accept without getting cancer. And there's a documented proof, all sorts of things in this packet. And I don't know if you wanted the petition,
You can submit those also.
okay, and some letters. And once again, the lack of time, I'm at a deficit. I was only one person, and there's other people here who are going to speak on this behalf as well.
I'll just say, no, a number of years ago, they looked at multiple locations like the East Wind and other areas, and I own property up on 25A where they looked at areas. The problem was that it's the significance low-lying area, so that the communications, the radio waves are not going, they're not following the terrain. They're traveling basically in straight lines, and so they would basically be going right over the, what we call the hole in Wading River, where all your churches are, the fire department.
So maybe I misunderstood the
Having it
presentation.
down low, it's communicating outwards, and
Yeah.
therefore covering and getting, getting it in that area, so that was
Maybe
like
I
a big thing.
misunderstood the paperwork that was sent to me, or that was on your website, because they said the 3, they can prove that, the 3 other sites were the golf course, the church, and East Winds.
Yeah.
But they didn't respond to their letters. So I think when they said that those would actually work. So I'm asking, let's put a little more effort into it, or at least wait till we see how sick we're going to get. Because these are new regulations. 1996 was when FCC did their regulations that said that we can accept so many, whatever, and now they're against court order. They're not filing, they're not doing it. And that's our firefighters, they sleep there. My house is right next to it, I sleep there. But not only for me and my grandchildren in the surrounding areas, but our firefighters. I don't even know if they're aware of this.
Well, the
It's on their
firefighters-
website.
This is going in headquarters, and currently firefighters are not staying overnight, they're not sleeping.
Okay, so just
I'm
me.
a member of the fire department, so that's not necessarily the case.
Okay, but
I
the surrounding
understand,
areas, yeah.
I understand your concerns, and I appreciate you bringing this in. And we'll
Yeah, and
take a
the
look
lack
at
of
it.
time, is the issue as well. But thank you for hearing me.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Come on up, sir. State your name and where you're from.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Robert Bello. I live in Wading River. I've been in my home there over 53 years. I live right behind the fire department, and the previous speaker addressed the health issues of the tower. I'm not going to get into that. I'm just going to talk about the aesthetics of it. This tower is about the height of a 20-story building. So, I moved out here not to be in Manhattan or Brooklyn. It's called a concealment tower, but it's really not concealed. What's concealed are the materials inside the tower itself. So this is a large structure. And one of the gentlemen who spoke earlier described a crane that was set up to show the height of this tower, and various photographs were taken. Well, one day, I guess it was in 2023, I went outside my home and I said, "What the heck is this?" And what it was a boom of a crane sticking way up in the air. And I said, wow, what's going on? I thought maybe the fire department was getting a new air conditioning unit or what. I had no idea what was taking place. But that boom was clearly visible. And the photographs that he showed were taken in April, but you could see that a number of trees still had a lot of leaves on it and grain. So in the middle of the wintertime, this thing is going to be aesthetically just sticking right out. Now, this is in the historic district of Wading River. And I just agree with the previous speaker, not against, my father was a fireman. He was a fireman at Brookhaven National Lab, and he worked there until he passed away. When I came out of the service, I worked in the fire department in Coram for a while, then moved to Wading River. I've been a supporter of the fire department. They need it, but I agree, again, with the previous speaker that the location here is the issue. Is there a place where a piece of property could be leased or rented? You're talking about Creek Road or the Shoreham Power Plant. I'm not going to do a geographic or topographic survey to see where would be the best location. I have no idea. I just don't believe it would fit right in the center of the town of Wading River. And I also looked at something else that was set up by one of the speakers. He was talking about setbacks from property lines, and it said that the minimum setback would be 100% of the tower height. Now, that tower is 190 feet, but with the additional antenna on the top, it goes to 213 feet. And in the Town of Riverhead Planning Department, I got this on the internet, they sent a statement to the supervisor dated 9/19/24, and they said that the setback from the western property line would be a minimum of 71 feet. A minimum. So is it going to be 71 feet or 213 feet? The setback from the eastern property line would be 99 feet 9 inches. So we're not talking anywhere near 200 and some odd feet. And that's the other question. I mean, there's a number of houses right behind the fire department, and that's where I am. And I also looked at a statement from 2010 where one of the gentlemen said a lot of cell towers were being built at that time. And at that time, the town supervisor was Sean Walter, who also lives in Wading River. And he made a statement, and it said, our goal is to try to put these cell towers in industrial areas that will not impact the residents of the town, and not impact them health-wise and certainly aesthetically. I mean, I don't want to look out my window and see this huge thing. As I said, I didn't move to Brooklyn. I moved to Wading River. It's changed, and I accept, that I think change is great. But the location of this, I think, could be put in a different place. I think that's something that we have to, at least look into. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Do we have anybody else from the audience? Come on up, ma'am. State your name and where you're from, please.
Oh, you can bring it down.
Yeah, you can swing it. There you go.
Okay, thank you. No, it's the height of this, that's all. Stand on my toes. My name is Valerie Frost, and I live at 12 Jacobs Lane in Wading River. Okay. In 1996, the FCC, and again, I've only had a very short time to really do any bit of research for this, which is unfortunate. But that's when they established regulations, 1996, which is almost 30 years ago. What they didn't have the benefit of at that time was to understand the long-term impacts of this. So what they did in 2013 was they established a notice of inquiry, an NOI, to review some of these long-term effects and to address them. Well, in 2019, what they did was they then terminated the NOI without any adjustments or any new regulations or even any answers to this. So in 2021, a U.S. Court of Appeals ruled, and I'm going to read this so that I get it straight, that the FCC's decision to terminate the NOI was arbitrary and capricious, and the FCC did not provide a reasoned explanation and did not adequately respond to whether the FCC's guidelines adequately protected against the harmful effects of exposure to radio frequency radiation. In 2023, the Environmental Health Trust, EHT, submitted almost 400 documents to the FCC, which included scientific studies, health studies, policy papers, and letters. And as of January of this year, 2024, the FCC has not responded at all to the court order. So now you have all this information, all these facts, nothing has come out, and the FCC hasn't changed anything. We have residents, we have firefighters, we have across the street a preschool at St. John's. We have catechism students coming there. We have an elementary school right down the block, and others too, but again, I only had a short amount of time to pull this all together, who would be impacted, at least if nothing else, and we can't find an alternative location. Could we wait to find out what the impact of these studies are? And I think that's important. And Mr. Rothwell, you just said it perfectly with the concerns for health and safety. Well, what about broadening it to the health and safety of everybody else, the firefighters, the residents, the children who are within that vicinity? So thank you very much for the opportunity to be able to address you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Hello. State your name, location.
Josephine Mikowski, Wading River.
Okay.
There's been a definite need for Wi-Fi in that area. It's dangerous. It's dangerous for any one of us. I understand their problem with the, RFV or whatever it is, the radio frequencies. How did we not get answers from the golf course or East Wind? And would it be feasible all the way up at East Wind to help them down in the valley? Anyone know that?
Gentlemen, do you want?
Well, that's the first question.
The counselor will address that when you're done.
It has been addressed? Okay. I know we always had the tower there, the water tower. Is there a Verizon wireless up there?
On the Great Rock Water Tower?
Yeah.
There are multiple locations, there are multiple services on there. I can't say specifically it's Verizon.
I know
but
we
they're
lose
different-
it
they're
when I'm on the
different.
back roads.
But again, I live in Great Rock. It's a high point in the community.
It is.
So
yeah.
you are, the entire Pasatino is very familiar with
Yes, we are.
Probably you've been in every house servicing and
Absolutely,
electric and so forth.
and
But
it is a health and safety issue.
the problem is we built our firehouse in the lowest lining spot in the town of Wading River.
Yes,
And
but
we
it's
have
not
to
only
correct
about the firehouse, because if there's an accident down there, that's a high-traveled area. Sundays,
Yeah.
you can be going in there, and there's a lot of people. We are all going to church or whatever there. So it is definitely been a problem for many years, especially once we all got Wi-Fi. I don't know what the answer is. Is there another piece of property that could be looked at, maybe purchased for that purpose? But I am in support of it. I just would like, I could hear what they're talking about. They're right there. I'm maybe a half a mile from it. I don't know what the cause and effect is, but I do know that that is something that a lot of people would worry about. And the one thing I thought about is what happens if it falls? Where does it go? It's
It is-
200 and something
It's a
feet up.
unique structure that's built in multiple components,
Mhm.
so it doesn't fall, don't think of it as one large stick that falls and collapses. It's designed in a manner that the weakest top would collapse first, so
Okay.
if we had like a Class 5 hurricane, the
Mhm.
top may initially separate, and then as winds pick up, then the middle section may separate. It would break down in individual pieces and components and collapse basically onto itself,
Okay.
as opposed to entire structure just going over. That would happen, the others would give out prior. And you guys could certainly comment on that if you'd like. We can,
But I
the
do
experts come in.
think, I do.
Something I looked at, because I didn't,
But what is the
I didn't want it to
timing?
come right down into the
Yeah.
middle of the congregational church, so these
No,
are things
you
that we
don't want it
looked
to
at.
come down on anyone, I get
Correct.
that.
Yep.
But what is the timing on it? I mean, because she did get the thing 10 days ago, so how long do we give
That's a
people?
standard public notice, you know,
Right.
to have a hearing, and that's how we typically notice public
understand
hearings.
that.
But
What's-
this has been studies that they've gone on, I'm gonna say,
Do we
for at
hear
least
it-
three years. I mean, I had meetings when I first came in with
How many times do
Commissioner
we
Harry.
hear it, though? How many times does it come here for a public hearing?
This is the official, the one time the official public.
This is the
hearings, yeah.
official.
We
so
had
there
work
was-
session, so people watched
did
the work
have-
session.
So
and we
there were
discussed it
work
then.
sessions, but as a homeowner that's right there, they didn't get notified ahead of time?
Not for a work session, you get notified of the public hearing. There's
Okay.
a public notice put up for the public hearing.
I don't know, but I'm looking at this from her perspective.
Mm-hmm.
She's sitting there, she could have been away on vacation on a cruise and came back and found out about it and been without.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know how fair that is to a homeowner.
Winter in Florida, and she'd be there for months, and.
I
you know, we-
understand that, but
we
did she
could do
probably get the notification
Whatever
then?
forever, but it's not.
I understand
it's
that,
not
but
practical.
It
I
doesn't
understand.
necessarily need that someone
And
needs
I'm
to be
not
present here.
against
Someone
it.
can
I'm
send things
just
by
talking-
letter, by email, by phone call. We
Yes,
take.
but I'm
all-
not against it, but what I'm against is the procedure and how someone finds out and they have 10 days. And then we'll make a decision and then they have a certain amount of time and that's it. I find that. Yeah, sorry.
It's a public hearing, they're not adopting it.
Anybody else from the audience?
I think you wanted him to address.
Yes, my name is Mukesh Patel. I live in Wading River, 1481 North Country Road. My only concern is the FCC study regarding the health issue, cell tower in your backyard. It says that the children and the student, underage kids are getting sick seriously, have a carcinogenic effect and a later stage after 10-year cancer. So please, if you can provide some more answer for that. And how about the study? It shows that the house value getting depreciated. So because of the cell tower in your sightseeing, you know.
You would be talking about aesthetically or a view, but I could also talk about, I think you'd have a higher value when you can use Wi-Fi in your home and cell phone and have communications in your home that cannot, I mean, almost all the new innovative things that we use today use Wi-Fi services, and for the good portion of Wading River, they don't exist. So
Yeah,
it
but-
actually would help and enhance many homes within the town as well.
But I'm not opposing the cell tower, I'm just opposing the health issue, if you can clarify.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Mike Sanchez, Wading River resident, but on the Brookhaven side. I want to thank the fire department because without them, I probably wouldn't be here today. A couple of years ago, you made it to my house, which is right around the corner, and again, it was something that without having them as close as they were and getting the call, wouldn't be here. But at the same time, I'm thinking about what Mr. Rothwell is saying about the length of time that this has been going on and not having been a participant in any conversation, not knowing about it. I think if I polled you and if you were answering honestly, if your property was adjacent to this site and this 213-foot tower was going to be staring at you every day going forward, you would have wanted your neighbor to maybe have reached out like you did this time with the letter and just say, this is what we're planning to do. Again, if we are a community and that's who you're here to represent, why would you not have thought over those many years to do exactly what this attorney did? It didn't even come from you. And that's really my struggle, is the process here. It sounds like this Monroe balance test. We're here now because there was opposition years ago to the 10 towers that went up, and I get it. I know what happened with McDonald's. There wasn't going to be a drive-through, so they fought against it, and they wanted to keep it looking like Wading River, and I agree with that totally. And at the same time, I'm a first responder myself, so I totally understand the need for cell tower service. For the years that I served, Rocky Point, similar circumstance. I think we're in the same situation. So it's not lost on me what we need to do, but what is bothering me is that this conversation is happening now, years into the process, and we're on the eve of doing this, and none of us knew about it. And I think if we were working together on whatever this would look like, wherever it might be, I think we would be in a much better place with a much better location, with a much better aesthetic, with exactly what we need for this community. So I would implore you to maybe tap the brake, reach out to the neighbors that are, probably not many people know about this. That pole, I did not see that crane up there, and I live next door to Bob. I'm just learning about all of this in the last 7 days. So again, I totally understand the position that you have, Mr. Rothwell, as someone that sees the need for it, but I also see the need to be a part of a community. And right now, I don't really feel that we have that going on in this conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Claudia Bianco, Wading River, Bating Hollow. I just moved. Bating Hollow. I just have a suggestion. We all understand the need. It goes beyond saying it's about safety. What I suggest, and I know you weren't the supervisor, many of you on the board weren't even on the board at that point when you started talking about this. Maybe in the future, an issue of this size that's going to impact an entire community could be brought to the Civic Association or locations, a public meeting to discuss and have public input before this point. The notice that was sent out 10 days ago was the notice to attend a public hearing. That's a legal requirement. It wasn't about the topic. That's what's missing. That's the disconnect. The community.
It was brought to the Wading River Civic Association, and Sid Bell was, he was even here during the work session. He brought it back to the Civic Association. They did hold a discussion on it. So just to correct you, that it
Okay,
has been brought to the Civic
stand
Association.
corrected, but
It was a lengthy discussion about it.
Not everybody who lives in Wading River attends the Civic Association. So it would be a starting place, and the word could get out to have public input before the decisions are made at this point. It's almost too late. So to start a practice to include the community that's going to be highly affected by it would be advantageous. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else from the audience? We have nobody online, Counselor?
Thank you. Yes, I'll respond to some of the comments, to try to address some of those questions. Although several of them have been answered in the conversation, so I'll just stick to the ones that maybe we haven't discussed yet. But just a little background. I started working on these sorts of applications back in 2007. And in 2007, one of the first files I received was the Wading River Fire Department to determine whether or not that location was feasible. it's taken 17 years and probably more than that to really get this done. So it is a long time coming, and as expressed by the folks, that have expressed it, I think everyone understands the need. Because at bottom, what are we discussing today? We're discussing the balancing, right? Nothing is perfect, but if we can establish that the need is that great, and I think we have, we believe it certainly counterbalances some of the other considerations. But just to discuss a few of those considerations, the alternatives. I had mentioned up front the materials that we had submitted to sort of cover it, and just in my own story, it just, I think, expresses the investigations that have gone on through the years to try to determine where the best location in Wading River is. I mean, at its bottom, Wading River is pretty residential in terms of area, so in terms of the options that are available, they're pretty limited, and that's why we did investigate those other locations and spoke to their and communicated with those folks to see if there was any interest, and that's really the threshold starting. If they're not interested, we can't really move forward to see, is it feasible, how high is the pole supposed to be, and in some of those instances, probably the pole would have to actually be higher just because of the topography. So it is something that has just been part of the community for all of these years. It's just something that needed addressing, honestly, and we hope we can do this with this particular application. In terms of the health discussion, we do obviously hear those concerns often, and what we do have to make clear is that this is something that the FCC has occupied the field on, number one, dating back to 1996 with the Telecommunications Act. At that point, it was determined this is something that the FCC will have jurisdiction over and will continually be looking at to make sure that the considerations of all communities around the U.S. Are looked after with these sorts of considerations. So it is true that the designation of the standards I had mentioned at the front, there are standards that the FCC has set. In our particular case, we're actually below 1% of that standard, just to give any idea of what kind of emissions we're talking about here. But it's something that has been continuous all the way through since 1996. And there was discussion about the court case where there was some question whether or not it should be continued. But there is something to the effect that we're dealing with the laws of physics here. We're talking about transmissions through wireless means and frequencies that in fact have been used for decades. Many of the frequencies that are used at this point by the wireless industry were previously used for other purposes, such as when you used to get your TV through the rabbit ears, that communication that used to occur, those sorts of that area of the wireless spectrum is now used for wireless. So it's been out there for decades, upwards of 100 years at this point. But the considerations continue to go on, and so the FCC's charge is to take all investigations, all studies, anything that is related to this particular topic, to make sure to see if anything changes. But again, the law of physics are quite immutable in terms of this, and so the account that we've heard from a few of the speakers today reflects that fact. The FCC is basically saying, yes, we continue to look at this, and yes, there are always going to be studies that come our way, that try to present something that would be helpful, that would change things. But it's very much consistent because, again, we're dealing with a science that and the principles of science that really don't change very much. It's been confirmed in terms of where those standards should be, and again, the proposal here is on the order of 100 times less than that standard that's even been set by the FCC. So we present that for you, and we've obviously submitted our report in connection with that to help alleviate, we hope, some of the concerns that have been expressed here today.
Can I just ask you to elaborate on that?
Sure.
It was mentioned, I believe, by one of the speakers you had produced that it's 0.1% or something? There was something he had said.
0.5%.
Half a
Yes,
percent?
that's right.
Of what?
Of 100%. So if you're basing it on 100% to say the levels that we would like these facilities to be under is set at 100%. And then with our studies, we make sure and investigate what it will actually be in the field. And so factoring in the communications equipment that is going to be installed by the fire district and by the carriers, you factor that in, and again, it's simple math to determine exactly what those emissions would be. So if the 100% is where that standard is set, our standard for this particular facility is way down here, 0.5% out of that 100%. So that is the difference we're talking about. So to make sure that we're not even anywhere near the standard that is suggested by the FCC.
Thank you.
Of course.
I just had one other point, too.
Sure.
You mentioned about, there was discussion of the golf course, the church, and East Wind.
That's right.
Did they all decline to have this facility in their area?
That's correct. That's correct.
These are private properties.
That's correct.
I think they also looked at a number of years ago, in the low-lying area, there is a town parking lot over by the duck ponds. But aesthetically, certainly that's going to be more visible right there. They like the idea of putting it behind the firehouse. The firehouse in itself as a building has some significant height that basically kind of, hides the base of the whole entire unit. And then, with the surrounding trees behind it as well, it was certainly more aesthetically,
That's correct. Yeah,
aesthetically.
I had actually pulled up a picture. I don't think I necessarily need to submit it, but just a representative picture. I could submit this in of the rear of the property, just to kind of give you an idea. And I think we do have a shot that shows perhaps the resident who's closest, and it gives you an idea of the vegetative structure or the vegetative barrier that actually is there, and the topography behind it as well. I'll put it into record just to make sure, but that's part of our consideration. We've been trying to position this in the best possible way, again, to balance all of the details of this particular project. Again, nothing's 100%, but we're just looking to try to alleviate the issues on one side and obviously elevate the point of the need of this facility. And that's really what we're talking about here today.
Thank you very much.
Of course.
Anybody else from the public? You may. Just state your name again, ma'am.
Joanne Romano, Wading River resident. Now, what the heck was I going to say? Hold on a minute. He addressed, the 1%. So he said they're 1% below the FCC regulation standards, but I just want to
Said
clarify.
they were less than 1% of the standard.
Oh,
1.5.
Of the standards?
Correct.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good to hear. And then the other thing, I wasn't sure, the information that I got said that Eastwind, you just mailed them a letter and they just didn't respond, or they actually did respond?
No, they did not respond.
So, and then, so all the people just didn't respond. They didn't say no, they just didn't respond. So that would be different. And then I just once again want to say that I feel like there's more time and research for other places besides a residential spot. One other thing, if this cell phone tower had to be taken down, like it had to be taken down in Colorado and California, who pays for that? Because it's like $100,000. Who would pay for that?
There would be I believe there
The
would be.
taxes would pay for that, or?
No, I believe that would be part of a decommissioning plan that they would have to put in if this
Can
were
you
to go
speak on that?
forward.
Of course.
Okay, thank you.
So if, in any sort of situation where the facility is decommissioned, that's part of Elite Towers' charge in their agreement with the fire district, and that's in their lease arrangement with them. Just one more point on the alternatives as well, and I think we just have to remember this as well. Certainly, the investigation of other alternative sites was looked at, but this is the primary site by virtue of the fact the fire district is going to be using it. And since it is, primarily for their charge and primarily for their communications, it makes it inordinately
more convenient and easier and more efficient if it is actually on their site. So that was obviously part of the consideration as well.
Thank you.
Of course.
Dan, come on up to the microphone.
Eileen Morello, Wading River. My property's 50 feet from the firehouse. How much did they look into the Shoreham Nuclear Power Plant? Because that's sea level, it's right across, you can see it from the duck ponds. What kind of research was done on that? It's got to be low. You're talking about East Wind being high, Calverton National Cemetery is high. This is low. If the lawyer could let us know, was that seriously looked into? And when you're talking about the FCC, they're not responding to the health effects. You got children in the house, and it's a serious situation. But the Shoreham Nuclear Power Plant is all open. It's right there. It's level. So I'd like you to look into that.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe we could bring him up and ask.
Come on up.
I'm sorry, sir, if I could just mention the response to that last point. I did consult with our RF engineers, and they did confirm that even putting aside the difficulties of perhaps locating on that particular property, from a permitting standpoint, the location there is difficult because of the low-lying area, like we've mentioned before, so it would actually be much worse in connection with the technical side of siting there. But
You're talking about the Shoreham Power Plant. just to be
correct,
clear.
correct. Yes, thank you. Okay. I'm sorry.
Ron Hariri, Aquabog, thank you for the presentation, and thank you to our first responders and police captain for their analysis. My question is, the town has thousands of acres of industrial land at EPCAL. Is that land still tied up in litigation? Councilwoman Merrifield said she expected the litigation to last years and years. I know there's a notice of pendency on the property that ties up the property, prohibits a sale. What is the status of a potential relocation of this 20-story tower to the industrial land at EPCAL? Or is that still an unknown? Maybe council can address the status of that litigation.
So I'll just say the high point, so, EPCAL is a much higher elevation, so the ongoing concern, the difficulty in placement of this tower is that basically it is significantly, the height of the tower, around 219 feet, is basically the lower portion of the grade from comparing it to like Route 25A. So anybody that lives there, you're significantly going downhill. We always say living there, we're going into the hole on the way home as you go down there. So it's about trying to get the transmitting waves down into that lower portion, and that's the difference. So putting something up, as I mentioned earlier, on 25A or any of the higher areas such as EPCAL is not going to be able to assist the homes, the churches in that area, those public gathering spaces already existing.
Another question is...
Excuse me, I was just going to say, would you like to hear from Verizon or, again,
Actually, I have
council on that?
another question.
Okay.
And again, thank you for your presentation as a volunteer fireman at Wading River. I understand there are multiple cellular companies that will also be using this tower. What compensation, if any, will those carriers provide to the Wading River Fire District or the town for use of that tower?
We'll let the counselor answer that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Their counsel. Doesn't involve us.
Thank you. All right, so the two questions. EPCAL, the technology that's used both by the fire district and Verizon Wireless, it doesn't extend that far. You're really looking for a radius that's no more than a mile or so. Part of that is in relation to the discussion on health. These facilities are meant to run at a very low power in order to avoid any sort of issues regarding that. So, fortunately, EPCAL is not really in play here in terms of satisfying both the fire districts and the and Verizon Wireless's needs. And then the second question in terms of payment, yes, there is a cost share arrangement between both the fire department and Elite Towers. So that's the arrangements that would be in place. So the fire district obviously would receive proceeds as new carriers are added to the poll.
What would those proceeds be?
In terms of what? It's 50-50, I think, right?
Well, we can't do this off the record. We have to do it one at a time.
Would the Wading River Fire District receive from the carriers using the tower on its property?
Okay. It would be, it's a 50-50 cost share. So basically, that's the arrangement.
I think that's also an unknown to an extent, is additional carriers able to sign up on there and could potentially increase revenue, and all revenue in the Wading River Fire District goes to the Wading River Fire District, which primarily is used to buy equipment, so that's how we get, so it could potentially save the taxpayers of the Wading River Fire District money in terms of purchasing new fire equipment, fire trucks, apparatuses, ambulance, BLS, everything, and its cost is astronomical, as we know in the fire service today.
Well, that would be great if you could generate some revenue.
All right, Mr. Herrera, we use the microphone, we come up front if we're going to speak.
But I hope that answers your question.
Okay.
Anybody else from the public?
I just also wanted to mention a point, too, for Mr. Howard regarding Mr. Herrera's question about EPCAL. Being that is in litigation, would it be feasible to put up the expense to put up such, and maybe for you, Mr. Alvarez, too?
Probably
cost-
not whoever would pay for it.
Right, the expense to put up something on land that you may never have you may have to take it down. What would the expense be to that?
Right. Depending, I'm not familiar with the status of the litigation, but, if were even to be able to put up the pole, I think there would be some risk there, and I don't know if anyone necessarily would want to take that risk.
I just wanted to point that out, because it was a fair question, Mr. Herrera.
Of course.
And if you actually rate,
Oh, no, wait till you get up there, please. Thank you.
Actually, you were quoted, Councilwoman Merrifield, as saying that the litigation may last years and years, and we know there's a lis pendens on the property. Can anybody clarify the status of that litigation, or what projections you have in terms of the time frame of resolution of that case?
I can't put an estimate on the resolution. The town has submitted a motion to dismiss and a motion to cancel the lis pendens. That was pending for several months. A couple weeks ago, our special counsel got an order from the judge setting it down for a in-person settlement conference on the motions on November 21st.
A conference on November 21st.
Yes.
Thank you.
Anybody else from the public? Nope, microphone gets used here.
Just in the future, again, we could go around and round. I think I was involved with the Shore Wading River School District. We hadn't passed a bond in repairing the schools for so many years. Got involved in that. We wound up passing that $48.5 million bond because the community came together. There was a working group. We went out to community meetings. We knocked on doors. We let people know what was happening, what was needing to be done. That didn't happen in this case, and you can hear from the voices in this room. If that had been done, this meeting wouldn't be happening. So again, if there is an opportunity to rethink where this is going, the aesthetics of it, where it might be, to hear that we didn't get a response and we've abandoned the idea doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to me. It seems like this was a foregone conclusion. Alternatives were not explored that could be explored. We still have the time, and I would ask that if we could look into it, we should.
Just for the record, sir, regardless of whether you knocked on doors or not, the public hearing still has to be held by law.
Absolutely.
Sorry, Valerie Frost again.
There you go.
Okay. Just to reiterate that the FCC regulations are almost 30 years old with no address to the health and safety issues of the of people who live nearby. So it's just kind of a reminder of, I would hope that we could have some information on that so that the community can then be advised as to what the risks are for us having this built right on top of us?
Thank you.
Michael Morello from Wading River. Has anybody from Riverhead town did their own analysis of the impact of this tower?
What type of analysis impact?
Well,
meaning
I'm listening to all the technical data that they've had well over a year to put together, which we only had 7 days. Do you just take their word for what they say and without anybody else a second opinion?
Well, they're hired experts to present paperwork to us.
Who
in the
hires
town.
them?
Our planning department also backs up and goes through everything that's submitted. So Joe Schmo can't come in off the street, hand us something, and say, here, I did a report and it says it's good. This is all verified through our planning department, in answer to your question.
And how long has that been going on?
Since as long as we've been
I'm
dealing
going
with
to say
the situation.
at least 3 years.
Yeah.
At least 3 years.
Because this is the first I've ever heard of this in the last 7 days. I don't think that's very fair. It seems like a foregone conclusion that this thing...
It took that amount of time to put things together to make their final decisions, and that's what you're here today, that they have said they have looked at different areas and taken into all consideration, and this is, in their view, the best placement of where it should go.
When do you guys vote for this?
This would be put on for possibly for our next town board meeting. Tonight, we end the public hearing today. We keep it open for written comment until October 15th, so people still have a chance to write in and comment.
November 15th.
November 15th. Time flies when you're having fun. I'm sorry, November 15th. So people could still write in their concerns and have them part of the record. And when you write it in, every member of the board gets copies of everything that's sent in, and we read everything that comes in with the correspondence.
And I think you might even go to November 18th, because the 15th's a Friday, and then you go into the weekend, so.
I was
18th is Monday.
given the date of the 15th for some reason.
Okay. Is that 10 days?
Usually it's the
Is it
7th,
10
would be
days?
the 17th, but I don't know what day
Okay.
that fell on.
I also think the
15th 's
best
Friday.
way for communication is still hardwire. Anywhere you go with the cell phone, no matter where the tower is, it can still drop your call. You can still get static. It's not a foregone thing that it's perfect. So even if it's there, it doesn't mean that it's going to help as much as people think that it might. I mean, I give a lot of praise to the fire department. You know, they do a really great job. I've been here for over 30 years, and I feel that they've did a very nice job without the cell tower. I mean, I'm sure that nobody here on this dais and the people that have been talking here are 500 feet from where this is going to be. Nobody said, like, where your property values are going to go. I mean, if you try to sell your house and they see this big tower in front of your house, yeah, well, they're going to go somewhere else. So I think that's another consideration that should be taken care of. Another thing is this thing could be very susceptible to lightning strikes. Where does the lightning go after it hits the tower? Does it go down into a place where there's a lot of foliage and start a fire? Does it hit another house and toast your appliances? No matter how much suppression they put on these things, it doesn't account for what could happen. And I think that also should be considered to the people that are around this area. But I wish I had more time to put things together. I've never been to a town meeting. This is the first one, and I wish I would have had more time to put things together and look at all the setbacks that this could be. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And if you want to continue, by all means, you know, like I say, we'll keep it open 10 days, so if you have other future questions in the next few days and so forth, write to us, call us, email us, and we'll answer them.
Thank you very much, I will.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Joanne Romano. Is it possible to delay the vote?
We don't have the vote scheduled yet.
Oh, well, you said 10 days?
I said this will be open for written comment, the public hearing will, for 10 days. After then, it gets scheduled for a town board vote.
So we can't delay the scheduling for a town vote?
We don't have a date yet for it. So I
Okay.
can't delay something I don't have a date for.
Got it.
Even when it's before the town board as a resolution, you still then, as all resolutions, have an opportunity to come forward and to speak about them and address any, ask questions or certainly make comments towards any concerns you may have at that time as well.
I'd also like to speak on the property values. I was a real estate agent for over 10 years. I managed the office and I was an associate broker. Without a doubt, your value will be going down. As my professional opinion, taking people to a house, if they saw the local lines, they didn't want it. Nope. So a cell tower is definitely going to decrease the value of the houses. Without, over 10 years of experience is considered pretty experienced in that field. So I dealt with a lot of people. So just wanted to speak on that because I think someone had mentioned it might increase your value. It will not increase your value to my ability and to, that's what I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you. Nobody online? Okay. All right. Counsel, you?
No, I think that concludes my remarks. Certainly, if there are any questions that come up during the written period, we would just have the opportunity as well, if we can help to answer any of those questions as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Okay, we will close this portion of the public hearing, but keep it open for written comments for 10 days or November 18th. Do we have a short date?
18th, it's a Monday.
18th, November 18th.
Yeah, because
Okay.
10 days will take us to Sunday, I believe, or a weekend, so we do Monday, close of business.
Okay, so written comment open till November 18th on this matter.
Yep.
All right, moving on to our second public hearing, scheduled for 2 o'clock. It is now 4:03. We have a public hearing regarding the override of the tax levy, and I would ask Jeanette DiPolo to come on up.
This is how much taxes you're gonna pay. Well, you have to pay more taxes. You're right. Okay then. Thank you. People must have a lot of money. Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So, you're here to discuss, have a public hearing on the 2025 preliminary budget. We are proposing to pierce the tax cap by 4.14%, which results in an increased tax levy of 7.92% for the townwide tax levy, which includes the general fund, the street lighting fund, and highway. Some just notes quickly on the overall increase from the 2024 adopted budget to the 2025 preliminary budget. The general fund is the only fund that we're proposing to pierce the cap in. And the increase of 4.1 million over the 2024 budget is due to a few things. Salaries and related payroll taxes for PD and non-PD. These are contractual increases for the most part. New York State retirement has increased about $600,000 from last year. That's basically due to rate increases, which comes straight from New York State. PD's rate increased by 4 percentage points. Also, health insurance increased another $600,000 from last year. Our rate increases are estimated to be a 9% increase over last year. We're budgeting for a few new vehicles to replace old vehicles that are pretty much end of life for police, fire marshal, and buildings and grounds. We have an increase of about $400,000 for debt service, which is basically related to a principal payment beginning next year for the new town hall building on the debt for that. We have about a $200,000 increase for the purchase of new radios due to a new bandwidth set by Suffolk County. And about a $100,000 increase for insurance premiums, property insurance, general liability, and workers' comp. And that's about it for the overall increase. The preliminary budget is out on the website, has been out there for a while for everybody to take a look at, so I don't know if you want to open the public hearing for comments from everybody else, or if you have any questions for me.
Supervisor, I would just add that because we're proposing to exceed the tax cap limit, we're required to adopt a local law authorizing that exceeding the cap to that extent. That's pursuant to general municipal law, and that law will need to be adopted by 3/5 of the town board.
Correct. Okay. Do we have anybody from the comment who would like to comment on the tax levy?
Hi, Colleen O'Brien, Aquabog. When you see me come out, you know it's bad. Yes. First of all, there's two questions I'd like to ask. The first one is, what is our current indebtedness with bonds, installment agreements, bond anticipation bonds? Does anybody have an idea what our balance is?
We can get that information for you.
Okay, I'd also like to know what the balance is in our reserve accounts. I'm going to make this real short and sweet. I think that it's callous contempt, this budget for the taxpayer. Young and old, we have a high population of senior citizens. Social Security increase is 2.5%. We have a lot of young people in this town who are struggling to make a go of it. I think that we've had reckless, unsustainable spending in this town, and I think we're getting to a point it's got to stop, because I'm going to question personally, how long are we going to be able to maintain control of our water department or our police department? Will we become Suffolk County? Because that's got to be a question that a lot of people I would think would be asking right now. As far as raises, that's just plain arrogance. Yep, I'm looking at you, Mr. Hubbard. Arrogance. Just arrogance. To think you should compare yourself to CSEA, you should get equal to them. Perhaps you should resign and get a union job. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a wonderful evening. Anybody else would like to comment?
Good afternoon. Joan Sear from Jamesport. First, I want to commend the town supervisor and the town board members for reducing your initial proposed salary increases. That was a good public relations move. More significantly, kudos to council members Waski and Rothwell for offering not to accept any salary increase. That was a smarter PR move, and I hope you'll follow through on that offer. Half of the town board members and the town supervisor have been in their elected positions for less than a year, and they ran for election knowing what the salaries were for their respective positions. In a year when these elected officials, that's you, have repeatedly said that the town needs more money, and in a year when the board is proposing to significantly pierce the 2% tax cap by raising property taxes to 7.92%, in my opinion, it's inappropriate for any of you to accept a salary increase. Next, I have a few questions about the budget. In reviewing the 81-page budget document, I saw a pattern among the expenses, wherein departments projected expenses of a certain amount, but the amount of funds that the 2025 budget proposes to allocate to that function or department exceeds the amount requested. The variances in some places are only a few $1,000s, but in others they are significant, and I'll just give you a few examples. On page 6, the town board legislature expenses are projected at $287,000. Okay, so that's what whoever controls the budget for the town board says that's what we needed for that function. But the 2025 budget allocates $297,000. So the budget's saying we're going to give you an extra $15,000 over your projection, which I don't understand. I'll give you a couple more examples. On page 7, the Accounting and Finance Department, which I would hope knows what they're doing, Expenses, their expense projection is $905,000, but the amount allocated in the 2025 budget, again, they asked for $905,000, but the budget is saying we'll give you $979,000. That's an increase of $74,000 over what was projected. On page 26, benefits, and I know benefits have gone up, I get that, but benefits were projected at $19,540,000. But the budget allocation is $20,387,000, which is $847,000 over what was requested for that function. And I can give you more examples. So can someone please explain to me why the budget allocations in these and several other areas are actually higher than what the respective department or function projects the cost to be?
Yes, I will ask Jeanette to address that.
So the department request budget is done very early on in the budget process. Every department is asked to submit their requests by the end of July. And we go through, the supervisor and myself, the budget assistant, the budget officer, and the department heads go through and review everybody's budget in detail with them. We're not privy to certain information at the time of the department request budget. We don't know what retirement rates are going to come in at until the umpteenth hour, basically the end of August. So that's a late change to the budget. Health insurance is not always known what it's going to come in at either. So sometimes we start out lower, and then we talk to personnel who is hearing the buzz that health insurance is going up even higher. So some of these things are a moving target. Management buybacks from department heads are not, the deadline is not until September 1st. So we base our department head budget's based on last year's requests, but those can absolutely change year to year. So those numbers are updated later on in the budget process. And anything else that comes up, if a department request, department head feels that they forgot something in the budget, they will certainly bring it up, and it's, discussed in the second meeting of the go-around with the department head. So it's a good start, but it's not the absolute dead-set budget for the department request. It absolutely changes over time. Some are pluses, some are minuses. It just depends. But overall, the net budget usually goes down from department request to tentative and then preliminary.
One more question. Is it possible to bring some of those timelines in sync? So in other words, if the departments have to submit their budgets by the end of July, can't the departments be required to submit whatever buybacks and so forth, and the employees who are submitting that need be required to do the same by the same deadline, so that the process might be just a little bit more cohesive? When you're getting that preliminary budget, some of those numbers might be closer to final?
Some of those changes, Mrs. Sear, were actually made once we got that information, but some of them were not by time we had to submit the preliminary budget by law. So some of them we still don't know at this point in time because of the timing of certain things, how they come out. So we do our best job of a guesstimate on some of these things. That's just how it has to be done, and it's been done that way forever.
I understand that some of them come from third parties, insurance organizations or whatever, but I'm just suggesting that the internal deadlines that you have here, maybe those could be synced up, and then moving forward, preliminary budgets might be closer to the actuals. So that was one group of questions, and I appreciate the explanation. A couple of other things, and on page 14, I saw that in the police budget, the cost for radios and scanners is projected at $154,000. Now, she mentioned something about the county changing something. Can you explain that?
County changed the frequency that they have, that we rely on, and our radios don't match with that frequency.
Okay.
They become obsolete.
Very good, thank you.
It's out of our control.
Okay, also in the police budget, the allocation for uniforms, I was stunned by this, and I'm not saying they don't need uniforms, but the allocation for uniforms is $1 million, which is $300,000 more than last year.
That's incorrect. You're not.
Oh, you can explain? Okay, that'd be great.
They'd have to be made of gold. If those
that's what I'm wondering.
Yeah, you're looking at the overtime budget. So that line item for $1 million is actually personal services. Uniform just means it's uniform police. It's the the policeman's overtime budget.
It's not the clothing they wear.
It's not uniform per se as the uniforms.
Oh, well,
It's
okay,
referring
that's
to the
a
uniform.
little confusing. Then, next question I have is, I didn't see an expense line for the Peconic Hockey Ice Rink. Can someone direct me to where that would be?
Yeah, so we have one budget line that the Peconic Hockey Utilities is included in. It's actually on page, it's before the police, it's cost center 1620. It's on page 11. So we have a town hall utilities electricity line of 800,000. 162,000 of that is set aside for Peconic Hockey, which was the 150 per the contract, plus CPI for '24, plus CPI for 2025. That's the only line for Peconic Hockey in our operating budget. It's the only thing we're obligated to pay for them for operating expenses.
Do we get any revenue from that? No. Don't get any revenue from Peconic Hockey. Okay.
We may recoup.
What does that mean?
So if Peconic Hockey makes a profit, we may recoup the electricity funds that we paid out towards it based on the profit that they made the year before, once we see the audited financial statements.
And what is the timeline for getting that?
March.
March 31st of the following year.
Okay. So March 21st of 2025, you'll get the first set of audited financial statements for Peconic Hockey.
March 31st.
March 31st. Okay, thank you. Okay, and then on page 75, in the exemption impact report, it lists the Municipal Industrial Development Agency as receiving 22 exemptions at equalized value of more than $380 million. Would you please explain, is this the total value of the tax exemptions that are awarded by the IDA, or is this the assessed value and the amount requires some calculation? And if it does, what exactly is the value of the exemptions?
That's probably for the assessor. I'm not sure the answer.
Yeah, that would be an assessor's question. We can find that out for you.
Okay, would you please?
Yes, we will.
Thank you. Again, I understand that costs have gone up. I mean, I grocery shop too. However, I do feel that a 7.92% tax hike is excessive at this time. And I would encourage all the departments in the town to further sharpen their pencils and further tighten their belts and look for areas to save money. And I encourage the town board to investigate alternative sources of revenue, such as a sales tax on agritourism entertainment functions, not on the pumpkins themselves, but on the bouncy house tickets, and a local bed tax. And a local bed tax is, if you're not familiar with it, is an additional tax that certain towns in New York State may charge on hotel occupancy charges. The bed tax is not administered by the state, but by the local taxing authority. So it could be an opportunity for us to take advantage of additional sources of revenue by taxing the people who come and stay and vacation in the town. And there have been comments made previously that you don't want to turn us into a town that's known for its taxes, but someone who's coming to our community for their niece's wedding and spending $500 a night on a room at the Hyatt downtown is not going to not come to that wedding if they have to pay $510 or $520 that night. And I would really encourage you to look into that.
There's a legality involved in that because we have looked into that, and there already is a room tax applied, so we couldn't double dip and do the same thing.
The room tax, my understanding, and the bed tax are two different things. And I understand that there is a room tax charged by the county, and that money goes directly to promote tourism to discover Long Island and East End Getaway. I understand that. I think the bed tax might be different, and I'd ask you to please take a second look.
I will double check on that, but we have looked into that. We are aware of that, and we have looked into it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ron Hariri of Aquabog. Mr. Supervisor, it's interesting you're not wearing your leprechaun outfit today. Nothing really inspires my confidence in the town's chief financial officer as that leprechaun costume. Unfortunately,
I'm glad you liked it.
unfortunately, you have been responsible, and I want to give your colleagues on the board a little bit of recognition that they weren't part of some of these poor decisions. But the reality of it is, you, sir, have been on the board for about a decade, and it has been a decade of poor decisions and bad judgments on the town's prior budgets that you never objected to during your entire tenure. My question is, did you expect that you'd be able to plug the budget deficit in addition to the raping the town's reserve with your Lucky Charms? We've had millions of dollars wasted during your tenure. They include your town square that is going nowhere with an unvetted master developer. As your counsel will tell you, I've made requests for the financials. I've yet to receive them. You have an IDA that has given benefits to one developer, fined millions of dollars by the Attorney General for fleecing its employees, and another developer that is engaged, according to reports in Newsday and
Mr. Herrera, stick to the budget, tax levy,
sticking to the
please.
budget.
IDA has
I
nothing
know
to
you don't
do
want
with
to
it.
hear.
IDA has nothing to do with it. Stick with what we're talking about, or you will be removed from the podium.
IDA's members are appointed by you.
Has
and
nothing
the
to
budget
do with our
deficit
budget.
Is attributed. Is
Mr. Herrera,
attributable-
I warn you, has nothing to do with the budget.
I'm not scared of you.
Oh, I'm sure you're not.
You're an absolute disgrace to this town. You've created
All right.
an irresponsible.
At this point in time, would we
Kathy Berezny, Riverhead, Kings Drive, Riverhead. I just wanted to say, Supervisor Tim Hubbard, and to the board, that for the future, I know that you had stated, I read in the paper, that there's going to be a lot of large purchases. I heard you at meeting with the chief, the police chief, a lot of large expenses coming in the police department and through Riverhead town. So I was hoping that for the next budget, maybe you could make a 1 year, 2 year, 3 year plan, so that not all the major expenses are all put into one budget, so that it would pierce the cap. Try to keep it, this is not a time, coming out of COVID, a time with inflation so high for the seniors and for struggling families. Rent's expensive. I know everybody's oil and their insurances, house and car insurances, sky high, but we all have to make our plans 1 year, 2 year, 3 years down the road. So maybe this is something that maybe you could look into for the future.
Can I
Now-
just respond?
Excuse me?
Can I just respond to one thing? In fairness, we did make every attempt to prepare the budget during COVID in the most difficult times when many people were out of work.
Oh, I know.
Supervisor and I both worked together and were part of a team on the town board, and we did a 0 increase in the budget for 2 years in a row. But we made it clear then that we were putting off the inevitable, that vehicles were aging out, they were getting older. We purchased a brand-new police vehicle at one point, and it was an immediate car accident. It was like hardly, being utilized, and it was wrecked. And we're self-insured, so that's an immediate cost, and it goes right down to the taxpayers. We did, knowing that we did our best to hold back those 2 years because we knew this day would come. And so in fairness to that, we did try to prepare, but during COVID was not the time to raise taxes.
No, I know.
And we knew,
But I'm
and it
saying
was
is now
inevitable.
it's
We were
inevitable.
putting off this day, as difficult as it was, but we knew this day had to come, because eventually, the cars just get older, and they just get worn down, and they need to be replaced, and health insurance goes up and so forth. I'll let you continue, sorry.
No, I understand. I'm
Kathy,
just
your
saying
point is well
for going
taken.
forward, if you
Right,
can
your
make
point
a
is well
plan, 1
taken.
year, 2 year, this is my suggestion. And I'm just here talking on behalf of my husband, Joe. It's hard for him to get to the meetings, he's having a hard time health-wise. But anyway, he feels that the supervisor, that's you, Tim Hubbard, are worth your raise, not an 8.7% raise, but a raise, because you're on duty 24/7. Anything happens in this township, you are out of your bed and you are taking care of the residents. And he felt that if anyone was entitled to a raise, it was you. So I'm only here speaking on his behalf. And you know, Tim, we worked on school boards together. We did public service together. We did everything, and it was all volunteer. So I commend, the board. They know when they ran what the salary was and if there's benefits included. But you, sir, should get a raise. Because you are our official 24/7. Anything happens, Tim Hubbard's on the ball. Call the police department, and we have a major catastrophe or something big happens in Riverhead, you have to come and take care of it. So thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Kathy, also, myself and the board have been in talks with Congressman LaLota about requesting some funding next year for our police vehicles. There is federal monies that are available, and Mr. LaLota came out here about 2 weeks ago, I guess, and we were talking about, our needs, and he brought up that he had some money this year, it was allocated out already, but he may possibly have some again next year, so we may be able to get some police vehicles from federal funding next year, so that would be a huge help.
It's just hard for everybody.
It is.
For town, and it's hard for senior citizens, now I'm a senior citizen, and the struggling families and our kids trying to find places to live. Everything is just out of.
We understand.
And
Things will get better.
And the supervisor and I have worked on other tests. We've met with the District Attorney Ray Tierney, and we've asked about other vehicles that have been confiscated through DWIs, robberies, other things like that. And we're on their list that, they're going to try to consider us when the time comes, and that vehicle that may be confiscated for something else could be put to good use here in the town of Riverhead. But Supervisor attended, and I went together to sit before Ray Tierney and his staff to specifically make those requests. We're trying things to chip away at this.
Suffolk County also has millions of dollars tied up by the federal government on on drug arrests and in property acquisitions, cars and other things, and they have that money, but the federal government put a stop on it before they could spend it. And we talked to them about getting an allocation of that, because years ago, we always did. The towns and villages always got a piece of that pie.
Yep.
So we asked about that also, but because it's tied up in court, there's nothing can be done right now. But we are working all the avenues that we can, and I commend my board, and I commend Jeanette for her work with this budget. It's incredible. If you've never done it before, it's quite a task to put a budget together for a town. And I know, Kathy, we've worked on budgets for the school district, but this is done at a much more intimate level than we ever did at the school budget. So all I can say is, it is what it is. We cut it as much as we could. We knew we were going to bust the cap. Obviously, all the East End towns did, as many other towns did in Suffolk County. All kind of in the same boat, and all kind of because of the same reasons. So we're doing the best we can, and we realize people are hurting. We're not throwing, there's no fluff in this budget to say that we wasted money anywhere, because we really did not. Okay? Mr. Foley.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mike Foley, Reeves Park. Nobody likes to pay increases, but the fact of the matter is, things have gone up markedly in insurance and in salaries. And in spite of the money that we are now providing in raises, and some of them are adjustment raises, the employees of this town, with the exception of the Riverhead Police Department, are underpaid. If you look at the comparables in the municipal departments, in surrounding municipalities, in engineering, in building and grounds, in planning, in legal, and in water, we are not paying comparable salaries. And the end-all result of that is that the town of Riverhead and their department heads train their new employees. And once the employees are trained, they get taken by people that are giving them more money. It's a problem that we have had for many years, and it's going to get worse. And you look at, I just want to take out Frank Mancini in the water department for a second. Suffolk County Water starts their unlicensed water treatment operators at $89,000 a year. 89 grand for an unlicensed water treatment operator. A water treatment operator in progression now makes $61,000 at top. And they just adjusted that with an ad hoc $3,000 increase to $64,000. If you look at the numbers on that, who in their right mind, what responsible family person would not move 20 miles west or 10 miles east to make 40% more? How do you keep your people unless you pay them? So I think it's incumbent on the residents to understand what's happening here. Everybody that is familiar with town politics knows I was no fan of Yvette Aguirre. But two of her budgets pierced the cap, and I came to this microphone to approve them for a reason, to support them for a reason. We got to pay our bills. It's easy to kick the can down the road. It is irresponsible to do that. So the residents of this town love the open space. There's a price to pay for open space. When you take open space off the tax rolls, the amount of money that needs to be made up by those residing in the town go up in ratio. We have thousands of acres of open space that the people in this room have come to this microphone to do everything we can to preserve open space. So you can't ask for open space and then complain that we have to pay for it. So I'm not saying that there aren't some remedies that don't result in the tax cap being pierced on a yearly basis. But we have to understand EPCAL, which hopefully will be able to start generating revenue once 555's litigation is in the rearview mirror. In my opinion, is the sole solution without anything else. And there are other places we can generate revenue, no question about it. But EPCAL done properly will remove any of the problems that we're having as taxpayers. And you've heard you can get reductions in taxes and everything else. I'd just as soon just hold the line where we are now. And if we can do that, then EPCAL will certainly be tremendous for everybody here. In regards to the town board getting salary increases, I bet you when Denise And when Ken and when Bob and when Joanne ran for board, they didn't realize the amount of expenses to go into fundraisers and attending things that towns or civic associations ask for. There's a lot of money that gets paid out of the pockets of these town board people just to go about their normal business and be interacting with the residents of this community. I can't quantify it. It's none of my business what it is, but I know there's a cost there. And I know from Tim's perspective, the supervisor, he's underpaid, as are the town board members, in a comparative basis for the people in this town. So to ask the town board people not to get a reasonable raise on occasion, I think is just, it's playing petty politics, and we've had enough of that in this town. We've had enough of that in this country. As far as I'm concerned, it's a good budget. I thank you for your effort. I thank you for the work that you do, and I support this budget. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you,
Mr.
Mike.
Foley.
Claudette Bianco, Baiting Hollow again. I have a question about the pot dispensaries that are not yet open but will be shortly.
I missed that.
The marijuana
The marijuana dispensaries that will be open shortly. What revenue does the town get from those
We get a
businesses?
percentage of the sales tax that the state collects.
Okay.
We get a percentage of that. We have one dispensary probably going to be opening up either by the end of this month or the first week of December. That would be the one up on Route 58 on the corner of Cromer Avenue and Route
Right.
58. They were the first one to open up in Suffolk County, up in Farmingdale. And the supervisor of Babylon, Rich Schaefer, his town has recouped
A lot.
$1.4 million,
A lot.
I believe, since it's more than that now, but
Right.
since they opened up, and I want to say they opened up around, I don't know, the first of the year, maybe?
But do you get the revenue once a year or quarterly?
You know what,
or-
honestly, I don't know how they pay it out, but they definitely pay it out, and it's a huge source of income.
And where will that income go?
Well, that's what we have to decide as a board. Also, I have to tell you that Councilman Rothwell and I met with the owners of it yesterday, right?
Yes.
Yesterday. And they are, because they give money back to the communities that they're in also over and
Right.
above their sales tax, and they have agreed to give money to support our CAP program,
Oh, that's
which
great.
is ideal.
Yeah.
And Councilman Rothwell mentioned to him, well, if you're going to do that, also, we need our police officers trained in DRE training to determine if you're high on a drug.
Right.
Alcohol, we know, we have
Right,
the
it's
Alka-Seltzer
very
and the
complex,
Intoxilizer
yes.
and all that.
Not easy to
But
do.
determine if somebody's too high to be driving or on other types of drugs, it's a specialty training for the police officers, and it's lengthy and somewhat expensive. So Councilman Rothwell was able to squeeze something out of them for that also, which I
They did
commend him for.
follow up
That was
and.
very good.
Thank you. And they did follow up and said that they would be willing to donate to the police department to cover the cost of that training.
That's great.
They're coming to our town and they want to make sure that they're also bringing an avenue of safety with them.
That's
So you have
great.
to commend them on that.
So you'll determine or you'll figure out when the
Yeah,
revenues,
sooner than later, the board, we're going to have to set something up at a work session and decide what we want to do with this money that comes in.
can you have a public hearing on that or
Public
public input?
Well, I would just say that right now it's an unknown so it's not in this year's budget because you can't predict an unknown entity, but I think though after a full year goes by, you'll know exactly what you're collecting and then maybe that gets overall incorporated into the budget. The goal obviously is to keep taxes down every year. So if we thought we were getting $1 million, if we do receive $1 million next year, you can certainly anticipate that if that were to continue, that the following year, perhaps your budget could
From your
potentially
lips
be
to
$1 million
God's ear.
less. But you can't budget on an unknown factor or
You
make
can't.
predictions.
I know, it's impossible
So
to
when
do. Half of your budget you can't even predict now.
Eric, I do
I know
believe
that.
we would have to go to a public hearing at some point in time to make a decision by resolution how to spend that money, much like community benefit money.
I don't know off the top of my head how
Okay.
we would, how we would
If
have
not
to
a
go about
public
that.
hearing to
It's-
determine, at least to have public, to
Yeah, well, it'd be
allow
done at a
the
work
public to
session.
listen,
Yeah, we
right,
would have
to
to
listen to
discuss it at a
hear
work session.
the discussion and have.
Sure.
Okay.
But always sometimes what happens, if that money should come in this year, right? And then as we approaching the end of the year, then we look at the foresight of, okay, what's needed the following year in the budget? Are additional cars? Are there tow trucks, plow trucks, things for the highway department? You can start to make those purchases when you have that revenue on hand, therefore decreasing next year's budget.
Right.
You know what I mean? Still utilizing as opposed to putting everything into fund balance.
Right.
Fund
No,
balance
I
is
wouldn't
good 'cause it
recommend
keeps
fund
our
balance.
ratings down, but
Put it where it's
we
needed
start
most.
buying, as it comes in, it's additional revenue, right? Non-anticipated. You start picking at the things that you know you're gonna need to replace next year.
And not funded by the taxpayers. That would be
Yes.
great, too. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudette.
So I'm just going to say this, and it's been a couple of years since I've read the OCM regulations, but the 3% that the town would get has to be allocated, for example, to police, towards helping homeless, mental health, et cetera, et cetera. And I will say this, the police is a large part of our budget, and the reason is, for the last 10 years, everybody said more and more police, and I'm going to tell you, as a result of bail reform, we need a lot more police, because we're arresting the same person 5 times a week in many cases. And you ask for security, and we're giving it to you, and because it's well-deserved in this community.
If I may, I'd also like to speak. I'd like to thank you, Mr. Foley, very much for your comments. I'd just like to, following up on your remarks, Mr. Kern, that we all agree that our police are very vital and important to our community, and we want to attract qualified candidates. You need to do that by offering salaries that are competitive. You also want to retain those qualified police officers. In order to do that, again, you want to give them salaries that they can support their families on and be comfortable living here in our town, because that's part of their job requirement, to live in our town. Those increases are mandatory increases with regard to their salaries, with regard to their contracts that they have, the state with regard to the amount that the town has to pay in for their pensions, with the amount for their insurance benefits. So we all agree that it's very important to pay those town employees because they're vital to our community. By the same token, it's also vitally important to our community are other town officials, our other town employees, the CSEA employees. They also have a contract, and by contract, those raises are increased. We increase those raises because, again, as Mr. Foley pointed out, you want to retain qualified, talented people for the positions. If you don't do that, they're going to go to other places to work. The benefits are also costly for the town. We don't want to lose our water district. We don't want to lose our police department to get absorbed into the Suffolk County Police Department. We love our own police department to keep us safe. They know us better than any other members of Suffolk County from any other parts of the town. If we were in the Suffolk County Police Department system, an officer that lives in Babylon could be patrolling here in Riverhead and not being familiar with the community at all. So it's vital to our community to keep those public servants. We also need to keep our public servants, such as our justices, our local justices. We're giving an increase in pay to them as well, because you want to retain talented, qualified people for the positions. The same with our assessors, the same with our tax receiver, the same with our town clerk. You want qualified people, and you want to retain them. It's difficult when we are the body that is the one approving a raise, because it's often very difficult to approve a raise for yourself. It's very easy to recognize the talents of other individuals and reward them. But it's often criticized when we have to do it for ourselves. And as a result, the supervisor's position has not received a raise in almost 15 years. Is that correct, sir?
That is correct.
15 years. And that I attribute to people being uncomfortable with the idea of giving themselves a raise. It shouldn't have to be that way. The same thing with the town board. Again, our positions have not received any increase in pay, and I believe it's 9 years. So again, it's not that we're looking, this is again, as Mrs. Sears points out, you know the job when you take it, but that doesn't mean that it is not permitted to also have an increase. And I think the increases that I'm putting forth, the 3.2%, is in line with the increase for other town employees. We know when we take this position that you're not reaping huge rewards. The reward is to help your community. The reward is to be there and just be a part of things. And as Mr. Foley pointed out, that sometimes that incurs an awful lot of cost. But the point I want to make to everyone is that in giving the increase to the town positions as well, you're also attracting, that allows you to attract other qualified people for these positions, not just people that are retired with pensions or successful business owners. You want to make it so that the salary is something that any member of the community might feel that they would want to do this job. And unless it is somewhat, you have to be at a level where someone could afford to take the job. It sounds funny, but that's exactly what it is. Being able to afford to take this position, because it is much more than coming to board meetings, committee meetings, work sessions. It's being out there with the public, mainly so that we can hear what you have to say and how you feel about certain issues, and being involved with you in the town. That's very important to all of us. So I'd just like to say, for those that feel that it's wrong of us, as a public servant my whole life, I know that always the public thinks very little of the public servants that serve them, but I assure you, it's a vital position just as any other position in the town. And for that reason, I do support a 3.2 increase for the town board members and the position for the supervisor. And I thank you, Mr. Foley, because it is important to point that out to people, that it's necessary to retain and keep talented people at the positions. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise.
I want to say one thing, Mike. Mike Foley, you bring up a really good point. I've been on the Personnel Committee for 3.5 years. The most frustrating thing is we will hire people, and to your point, they will stay on maybe 3 months, but while they're here, they're looking for another position in another town that pays $10,000, $15,000 more. And we go through this,
Yes, I agree. We're on the board. We're on that.
I'm telling you,
subcommittee.
and I'm just sitting there, and we have looked at other towns' salaries, and we're like, how are we going to sustain people? And I thank every dedicated employee that works here and stays with us. I appreciate them so much. But you're 100% right. And somebody made a comment about going to Suffolk County Water. Anybody that doesn't live in Riverhead, maybe if you know somebody in Southold, ask them what their water bill is compared to Riverhead. We're a lot lower.
Mm-hmm.
And so, anyway, that's...
While we're on this subject, real quick, I would just like to state so that everyone understands that I am fully in support of this budget. It was accurately reported by Riverhead Local that I will not be taking my pay raise should this budget get approved. The reason being is that I do have a business outside of this position, and that's my primary resource of income. And if I have the opportunity to be able to offset something else within the town for that little additional amount of money, I'd rather give it back into a future budget. So I fully support these raises. This is not an easy job, especially for the town board members, and as Mr. Foley, I believe, stated, the supervisor, or no, actually it was, I forget, what was her name?
Claudette?
No, before that.
Sear?
Joan
She
Sear?
just left.
Joan?
No, I'm so sorry. She had stated that the supervisor, his position is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Kathy.
Kathy Berezny.
Yes, Kathy. A lot goes into this position, and we, it is kind of, a hard thing to vote for yourself for any kind of promotion or raise in this case. And this board, our elected officials, they work beyond what anybody in this town can see. And I've always been, an active part of the town, and I served on the planning board. I had no idea as a resident exactly how much these elected officials work beyond what you could ever imagine. So I just want to make sure that everyone understands that my decision for my own salary is just based on something for myself. I want everybody else to be able to have their raise. It is so well-deserved.
And I'll echo the words of Councilwoman Waskey. I myself have hired additional staff the day I came aboard here almost 4 years ago. I love being in this position. I love working the town. It has been an honor to be here. But in terms of staffing-wise, I have spent over $200,000 on personalizing staffing my offices in my absence so that I may come here and make $48,000 a year. I'm not here for the money. I love doing this. I love being a part of the community, and I think that we have spearheaded a lot of great projects, and there's so many other wonderful things that, are on the forefront of this town, and it's great to be a part of it and to see us moving forward. But not here for the financial reasons being at all. I know what the salary paid when I ran the office, and I do not accept any type of salary increase during the duration of my term here. But thank you. It's a pleasure to sit up here, and Councilwoman Zwoski, right, everybody sitting up here and everybody in this town hall is well worth it and worth more. But we do what we can, and we increase as we can to make sure that everybody else is financially sound. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have anybody else from the public? Come on up, ma'am.
Josephine Makowski, Wading River. As a civil servant myself, I'm going to have 32 years in May. I understand that, and we have hiring problems everywhere in Suffolk County for the same reasons. Because someone comes in, they take the job, and then they have another position somewhere else. And it used to be the other way. Because I happen to have gone to the town here for a job back in 92 or 93, and the job that I went for Suffolk County was more. So this is a big problem, but it is something that's got to be fixed, and we all feel that way, especially after the pandemic. And for the 2 years that we had the pandemic, though, I would want to point out, the town did get money for that.
They did,
and
we didn't have to lay anybody off.
Exactly.
Because of it.
And same with where I work, Suffolk County Community College, same thing. They were able to keep everyone, and no one had to get laid off.
Right.
However, when people retired, they did not replace. We're on a very, very tight end. It's very hard for me to even come to a daytime meeting to get off because we're so tight on employees. And I'm not suggesting that's what you should do, but that's one of their remedies, because you can't increase more students. They don't just appear.
Right.
However, and I want to speak about Ron Harari, I think this is what he was talking about. The IDA gives tax relief or whatever to companies that are coming here to us to be in Riverhead. A lot of people, and I talk to a lot of people, feel that we could use that money here in Riverhead. Why are we giving it to them? We're the ones that are suffering. There's a lot of people, and I'm not asking for an answer. This is what I'm hearing, and I feel the same way.
We understand that. We hear that, and I will tell you, we are going to have the IDA come in and do a work session with us, because not everybody understands exactly how it works. And I understand what the public is saying, but I think you need to hear and have it clearly explained by the IDA, because many of these properties, even though they're not paying full taxes, if that company didn't come in and build on it or buy it, we'd still be getting very, very, very minimal taxes as
Which
undeveloped
is amazing
land.
when you think about where
So
we are.
more is better.
I know, but where
than
we are,
less.
we are like the hub of the North Fork right now. Riverhead is the hub. We have a lot of opportunities here. And, I think I was speaking with Mr. Kern the last time I was at a meeting, and there's a lot of opportunity. And us not utilizing that really puts us in, I'd say, I don't even know how many, but we have a lot of people that live in the trailer parks in the low end and senior areas, so they really are on fixed income. They can't, a lot of them cannot get out of their house to go to work another job. I can, other people can. So they are on a fixed income. So if their increase is only, I don't even remember what they said, it was 2 point something percent, that's hard for them. I understand that they get the STAR program, but there's definitely a problem going on. And I would appreciate if we could work with the IDA and say, hey, unless it's something that's really going to bring a lot of tax to us, I don't even know. Do they get a complete break, or do they get a certain break?
It varies, and it varies on the type of break. It could be mortgage tax, could be sales tax, could be anything.
Just say you did
Property
it
tax.
mortgage tax, but we get sales tax.
Right.
That would be, a good thing. But we need something to increase revenue. Otherwise, next year, logic tells me, I heard what she was saying, is what we spent this year, we're going to be spending more next year.
We are.
And then some.
It's just a fact of life.
It is the fact of life. So if we don't increase revenue somehow, you're going to be in a spot where you can't. And Joanne, I appreciate that you don't want to take your raise, but the raise is so minimal compared to the rest of the budget. And I do know that you do a lot of work. I've been involved in a lot of different things, including union work, where you're working 24/7. Even if you think you're stopped, you didn't. So I just want you to realize that I don't think, and I understand that there's maybe a conflict between a person and you, but I do believe what he was saying is what people are saying to me. It's not that he was saying something that was so off. So, thank you.
Thank you. All right, we are looking to move on. We have one person online to handle, because I just realized we have a planning board meeting tonight at 6 o'clock, so we're in their room. But we do trump the planning board, don't we, a little bit?
Maybe not.
Well, I don't know. Okay.
I'm going to vote no on that.
Mr. McAuliffe, what can we do for you?
Yeah, I think you definitely do trump.
What?
I'm getting an echo. Is it all right? Okay.
We can hear you.
Did you say
hearing
Trump?
me now?
John, I never thought I'd hear you say Trump.
Are you hearing me? Echo. Did you hear me?
Yes.
We hear you fine.
Okay. All right. Fine. Sorry, I'm using earphones, and I'm actually in Florida helping my brother's health issues. So, the couple of points of this discussion. One is, I think where the last comments were going from the floor had to do with, which you must be very aware of, that there are two sides of the budget: the expenditure and the payment of taxpayers, and all of the emotional and logical and decent reasons for increases in personnel, especially. There's another side of that, which is whether in Riverhead that's creating problems. I think Riverhead, I don't know what Riverhead's per capita income is compared to other towns around us, but my suspicion is that we are still a poorer community, and therefore it's not surprising that some of our payment levels are lower than in the other areas. I also wonder whether, rather than the board being in a position to have to make a decision on its own salaries, you could write legislation which would simply make your payments comparable in increase to the payments for the employees, the unionized employees of the town. That might make you better off or worse off over time, but I think
we talked about that, John, but if you do that, our salaries are going to be through the roof in no time. So you're better off going a few years
right,
without
well,
something,
you might
and
be better off,
try to get a little bit back. Because if we got the same thing every year, in like 5, 6, 8 years, people are going to be like, really? So we don't want to do that.
All right. Well, that's as long as you've thought about it. It's just taking it out of the subjective. It would be nice to find a way to do that. On sources of revenue, at one of the meetings several months ago, the idea was raised that you might be able to put a tax on the oil that's coming into the depot. And
That can't be done.
some
The town
kind
does
of
not
a-
have the authority to do that. We looked into that also. We do
Okay,
not, because
all
that's
right,
coming,
that's a
yeah,
pity,
that's, it's already taxed federally,
'Cause
state,
there's a
county, we can't add a town tax to it. Nice idea.
Because it's
but-
a social,
Yeah,
it's a social cost to the town, so it would only be fair, and maybe that's worth raising with our state legislators to see whether that could be addressed. We obviously are relatively few communities that have that need or have that opportunity and potential. When I have a question about the way you do budgets, at some point in your process, have you evaluated these things are essential versus these things can be put off? By implication, you've said that, but I mean, if, for instance, you decided to not do the budget cap, do you have a background budget, a secondary budget that you would do without the increase, or is your budgeting entirely done with the assumption that you're
our
going to be
budget
able to
was
do
done
the
with the
piers?
bare minimum to keep the town sustaining the services that it currently provides. And it was mentioned earlier about employees retiring and not being replaced. I don't think there's a department in this town that we haven't done that to since I've been on the board. And we've asked our department heads to do more. We've asked our workers to do more. But it gets to the point then where building department, the building permits are stacking up because we don't have enough help. And we've been working short and we didn't
Yeah, no, I-
replace. So we've done
Yeah,
that
I'm
as
taking-
much as we
I'm
can,
taking
but
you
we're to the
totally
point
on
where we
board.
can't do it anymore.
Yeah, I'm taking you and the department heads totally as operating in good faith. I don't think we have a situation of luxury being generated in this. The last question is when, for instance, as an example, the ice rink, when the discussion took place about the ice rink, do you evaluate the cost side and what impact that would have on the town's budget and who's benefiting from it? I mean, I don't know whether this is largely Riverhead taxpayers who are benefiting from it or it's people from east and west of us who are benefiting from it, but how much on a particular project, when you're bringing it for a hearing or bringing it for action by the board, how much within your calculation are you saying, if we do this, this is going to require a budget increase that's going to have to get paid in the next year?
Well, the budget as it currently is like about $160,000 for the ice rink, for the electric that we contracted to do for $150,000 a year. Now, in the operating budget of the ice rink itself, they are not turning a profit yet, and they're not expected to. The recent sports study that we did shows that it's going to take probably about 3 years for them to turn a profit. Once they turn that profit, that then gets deducted off of the bill that we're paying for the town. But more importantly, we have that property as an asset. We own all that. We own the buildings. We own the rinks. So somewhere down the road, that's equity for the town one way or another. I'm not saying we're going to sell out from under the Peconic hockey, but I'm saying that was part of the investment is we'll pay this money. We own the property. We got well over $1 million worth of property or building and facility up there.
3.2 million.
3.2 now with the second rink that they built up there. The direct result of that is yet to be seen because we have to wait for them to turn a profit. The immediate result is that the Riverhead residents get free skating dates and get reduced fees for programs. And what wasn't done well, and it was reported locally, it hasn't been promoted well by Peconic Hockey and our recreation department. And we are working on changing that. So people have to know the immediate benefits that are available to them.
And do you have any sense of what percentage of utilization is by Riverhead residents
I
and
have no
non-Riverhead
idea.
residents?
Yeah, I have no idea, John, but let's stick to the tax levy, because I got a
All right.
planning board waiting.
Okay, no, the only reason I'd say it is that I think that becomes relevant, and I hope you could get that data when you're looking at, is a particular investment
Well, it's
beneficial
the
to
same
the
way it's hard
town?
if they come out here for the day to skate, or their kids playing in a tournament, they're buying lunch out here. So there's an economic income that we realize from that, but there's no way to really calculate it.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, that is a bottom line is, I think,
Yeah.
getting through a budget is a very hard thing
It
for
is.
people in the public to understand, and understand whether there are fulcrum points, whether there are choices that you've had made that could have been made in another way that would have kept the tax rate lower. And you're saying there weren't any choices that you had, no options that you had.
All right. Thank you, John.
Yep. Yep.
Okay. Anybody else online? Nobody online? Anybody else here wants to come up and talk? All right. I will close this public hearing.
Supervisor, it was scheduled for 2 o'clock, right? Just
It was
confirming.
scheduled for 2 o'clock. I will close this public hearing, and we will keep it open until November 18th for written comment. That date works good for us, right? We're still good with the budget? 15th for this?
Yeah, we'll do it to next Friday.
Okay. So it'll be the 15th for this, because we're on a timeline with presenting the budget and getting it adopted and all that. So this will be open until November 15th at the end of day for written comment. Okay, moving on to our next public hearing, Chapter 293, Waterway and Related Activities. I would ask Greg Bergman to come up, scheduled for a 2 o'clock start. It is now 5:07. Greg?
Right on time.
We good? All right. Thank you. For the record, Greg Bergman, Senior Planner with the Riverhead Planning Department. I will keep this very brief. This is a proposed code amendment on Chapter 293 regarding residential dock regulations. This came through the Conservation Advisory Council. We had looked at our regulations regarding residential docks. The CIC members felt that they were very restrictive. So we're making a proposed change. The gist of the change is that right now the length of a residential dock is not to exceed 150 feet or 15% of the width of the waterway. The CIC felt that people who are buying waterfront property should have the right and enjoyment of that waterfront property. So we did an analysis and a look at other neighboring towns on what their residential dock regulations were. A lot of those other towns allowed up to 1/3 of the width of the waterway. So we sort of split the difference. So we are recommending a code revision which states in section 293-60C1, generally, the length of the dock shall not exceed the length needed to meet the minimum 3-foot low water depth. However, in no case shall the length of the dock exceed 150 feet in length or exceed 25% of the width of the waterway, which shall be measured perpendicularly from the most seaward extension of the property, taken at mean high water, subject to subsections 2 through 7 below. Determination of the length of the dock must include the dimensions of the vessel berthed at such dock. So there are some just considerations also for the CAC to take into account when they're reviewing an application for a dock permit. But the 25% of the width of the waterway would in effect, if you had two properties across a canal from each other, if each dock was allowed to go 25% of the width of the waterway, including that vessel, that would still leave 50% of that waterway open for navigation. So it would not, one of the requirements is that it will not interfere with navigation, will not unduly interfere with public use of waterways for swimming, boating, fishing, shellfishing, etc. So minor change to the code. That's basically it. I'll keep it quick for time's sake.
Do we have anybody on the board have any questions?
I'll yield my 5 minutes to Councilman Kern.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll yield my time to, I think it's excellent. Good work.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. Anybody from the public here would like to commit? Nobody online? Comment, I'm sorry? Commit. I feel like I need to be committed. Nobody online. Okay. Then again, we'll do the same thing. We'll keep this open till the 18th on this one? November 18th?
Yes.
Yes.
For written comment, okay.
10 days
November
puts
18th
us
for
to
written
Sunday,
comment.
so we're keeping it up for Monday.
and we'll close it right now and keep it open for written comment. Okay, next up, we have a public hearing. Greg, I guess it's you again. Chapter 301, the parking schedule, and again, scheduled for 2 o'clock. It is 5:11. Greg?
Thank you. So this is a code amendment proposed to off-street parking requirements. So it would affect Town Code Chapter 301-231, subsections D and E, as well as Town Code Section 301, Attachment 1, which is the parking schedule. The off-street parking requirements currently for single-family residences, a driveway counts as 1 parking space, so we're amending subsection D to state that a driveway for a 1-family or 2-family residence may be counted towards required parking, with each required parking space have a minimum size of 9 feet by 18 feet. And then we're amending the parking schedule to require for 1-family and 2-family dwellings 2 parking stalls per dwelling unit plus 1 per bedroom in excess of 3. So 2 parking stalls for a single-family residence anytime you go beyond 3 bedrooms. So, for example, if you had a 4-bedroom house, you need the 2 base stalls, and then you get 1 additional parking stall for that 4th bedroom. So you would require 3 parking spaces for a 4-bedroom house. This code amendment is consistent with the rental code, which was just adopted by the town board on October 1st, which set those identical requirements for single-family residences which are obtaining a rental permit.
I will say I have 5 kids, and with 5 kids driving, and my wife and I, that's 7 cars in the yard. Thank God I didn't have all 5 driving at the same time.
Right.
But I could see that become a bit of a problem somewhere down the road maybe, but I don't think that's what this code was intended for, so
No.
I'm going to leave it alone at this point in time.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have anybody who'd like to comment on it from the public? Anybody online? No? Okay. We will close this public hearing on parking schedule. We will keep it open till November 18th for written comment, and we'll move on to our last public hearing. This one was scheduled for 2:10.
Yeah.
So this is town officers and employees biennial town elections. And Eric, if you would run with this one?
Yeah, thank you. This is an addition to our town code that establishes odd-year elections for town offices. The town has been holding odd-year elections since, in my consultation with the town historian, since 1887. This is enacted pursuant to Municipal Home Rule Law and Article 9 of the New York State Constitution. It is in part in response to a law that was adopted by the New York State Legislature at the end of 2023 that attempted to move certain local elections to even-numbered years. There was litigation upstate on this issue, and a New York State Supreme Court judge ruled that the New York State Legislature's proposed law is unconstitutional. And so we are making this proposal to codify the town's custom and practice of holding these local office elections on odd-numbered years.
Board, do you have any questions?
No.
Do we have anybody in the public that would like to comment? I recognize you.
Hi, Laverne Tenenberg, Town Assessor, elected Town Assessor. With regard to the language where you write the supervisor, town council, town clerk, town receiver of taxes, highway superintendent, and board of assessors, in my opinion, the words board of assessors is an inaccurate term for the office that I hold. Pursuant to Town Law, Section 20, under Town Officers, 1B, except as otherwise provided by law, excuse me, every town of the second class shall have a supervisor, 2 justices of the peace, 2 town council members, a town clerk, a town superintendent of highways, 3 assessors, a collector, et cetera, et cetera. Town Law, Section 22-B, chairman of assessors, the town board of any town having more than 1 assessor may establish the office of chairman of town assessors. The chairman of town assessors, in addition to his regular duties, shall perform such services, et cetera, et cetera. Section 33 of town law says powers and duties of assessors. The assessor or assessors shall have such powers and shall perform such duties as are or hereafter may be conferred or imposed by law. The point being is that my title is not Board of Assessors. When I'm in the booth and I'm voting for myself, it says Town Assessor. That is the official title according to town law, in my opinion. Not an attorney. I practice without a license. I read a lot of law books. But I think that the words Board of Assessors is not the appropriate term for the title that I hold. So I'm asking you to just change the wording to say, and assessors, plural. There are three of us. That's all I'm asking.
I'm good with that.
Thank you.
No problem?
This was already addressed with the assessors between Anne Marie and myself, and we determined that it wasn't necessary. However, if the board is inclined to make that change, I don't necessarily have an objection to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would suggest make the change.
Yeah.
Make them happy.
I support that.
Change.
Do we have somebody online? Up, John McAuliffe, okay. Go ahead, John. You're frozen on the screen.
All right, I think you can hear me now. Hello,
Yes,
are you hearing me?
yes.
Hello? Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, thank you. The technology. One legal question. I don't quite understand what the purpose of this is if we already have a practice and system. If, for example, the state legislature readopted the even year provision and did it in such a way as to solve whatever the legal problem was with the on the previous action, is this intended to somehow supersede the state or to create the basis for challenging the state's decision?
Yes.
Mr. Howard, I mean, that's just us.
Yes.
So you are
It is.
basically trying to put, go ahead.
Yes, it is. It's the short answer.
So you're trying to put town law above state law.
We're exerting our local government powers, which are conferred on the town by Article 9 of the New York State Constitution and Municipal Home Rule Law, which vests matters
All right,
of
so you're
local
making
concern in local
you're making the
municipalities.
basis for a legal, you're making the basis for a legal case. So,
Correct.
so at least we understand what's going on. Larger question. We used to have two residences here and in Tarrytown and the River Towns area. When we were there, they shifted over to even years, and it increased substantially the number of people that voted in local elections. I think that's what the state legislature was after, and while some people think, oh, a smaller number are people more understanding or more committed, or somehow local will be overshadowed by whatever national elections are going on, I think that's not the right position. I personally, I think the right position is something which maximizes participation, public participation in the electoral process is better than something that detracts from it. So that's just my own position, and so I hope you don't adopt it, that this never becomes law. Plus, I think you're buying into a legal mess if you're essentially, because I'm sure that the logic that you just expressed is logic that the legislature will be aware of, and they will try to write the legislation in a way so that Riverhead Town is not more important than the state of New York.
Well, I think the New York State Supreme Court judge that issued the opinion, he was of the opinion that it would take a constitutional amendment to make that change and take that power from.
Yeah, but let's not be naive. Let's not be naive about this. The reason the legislator did it is they thought it would help Democratic votes.
I mean, whether that is
The reason the
whether
judge
it is-
rejected it is because he favored Republican votes. That's just the nature of politics.
Well, I mean,
I think that
I've
the
said this
primary
on issues
question
in the
should be
past.
what
I've
involves-
said this on issues in the past, that the town should always exert its authority under municipal home rule law And, to the extent that those powers were previously given by the New York State Legislature, I don't think that the town should really, on any issue, sort of just back down and allow them to pick and choose matters that they want to take away from municipalities.
All right, well, as I say, I think you're buying into spending money on a legal case, but we'll see what happens.
Okay, thanks, John. Anybody else? Mr. Foley?
Yeah, Mike Foley, Reeves Park. I favor keeping things the way they are. Right now, we have them for the last 150 years, every odd calendar year. It's worked for 150 years. And the theory that moving elections to coincide with national elections to increase the vote, I think was kind of beaten up a few days ago. The most important, contentious national election in my lifetime, and I'm older than everybody up there, was 2 days ago. 20 million less people showed up. So that should just tell you, let's keep things the way we have it. We like it local, keep it the same, and I support you guys keeping it the same. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
It also would increase the election options on the ballot. Essentially, if you added county and town on top of state and federal, you have a much longer ballot, which means it takes a longer time to vote, which means longer lines. And when people drive by, there's a lot of people that showed up here at Town Hall that came in and looked at the line and went back to their cars, and I hope they came back another time, but a lot of people are like, wow, that's really long, I can't wait.
Just as an aside, myself and my wife voted early, and it was a little less than an hour in front of Town Hall. On election day, I just got a thing, I'm a politics nut, I drive around and look at the sites. There was no line outside of the Riley Avenue schoolhouse, and there was no line outside of the library. And I came home and I said, I don't know what's going on. People are not here on election day. And I found out 2 days later, 20 million less people showed up. I guess Riverhead's a microcosm of the country. Thanks.
Thanks, Mike. Okay, we're going to open it now to comments on the resolutions. Any comments on today's resolutions?
We have to close this out for 10 days.
I'm sorry, yes, let me close that out for 10, till November 18th. We'll keep it open for written comment, and we'll close the public hearing. All right, comments on resolutions. We have one person online. Let's get it.
No, they're gone.
No, they bailed out, okay. All right, let's go ahead and start with
Can I
the, yep, go ahead.
So,
Can we do a census resolution for the first 17?
Greg was.
Greg and Matt, on these first 17 resolutions, we probably have to read each one individually.
I could leave that up to Eric, whether he
because
wants
they're all
to read
going to
them
be voted on
individually. You could read the
individually.
short title.
They're all going to be voted on individually.
Yeah,
so
you have
I
to-
would
you'll have
say
to
we
vote on
should
all of
probably
them.
You have
keep
to
them.
vote, yeah, you got to call them each.
Okay.
My just question is,
Trying to get out here early, aren't you?
Well, they're all calling for public hearings. And
I know.
Correct.
They're not
No,
calling
but
for any
each one's
resolution.
on a different things.
Yeah, so they each have to have their own public hearing. The point is they'll all be at the same time. So what we'll probably do is present all the textual code changes at once and then present all the map changes at once.
Gotcha.
But they'll all be heard on the same day at the same time because they're all sort of part of the bigger picture.
Okay, all right, let's get going.
Happy voting.
So my concern on some of these ones is Councilman Kern had made some very valid points, and so before we go ahead and go to post to a public hearing and so forth, we had concerns of going from 30 to 35 feet and how it was going to affect our agricultural community in terms of a lack of sale of TDRs, so has it been addressed or not?
So we have left it the way it is, which I believe we have a majority of board support for 35 feet. That's what was analyzed in the GEIS for the comp plan. So we have put forth what we analyzed. I don't see a negative impact of going to 35 feet. It's the as of right height for a residential building. I don't see why in, an industrial zone, why we should, hold that against a property owner. In the most cases, yeah. One second, Bob. People aren't asking for more than 35 feet anyway. The free and clear height they really need is about 28 or 29, which they can achieve.
So Matt, just so you know, I spoke to some people on the TDR committee. They're
Yeah.
absolutely feel the town has given it away.
Okay.
And I think, as we had the work session and a lot of assumptions are made, right? And that's one. Two, And I have no problem with any of the maps, nobody does. It's Resolution 889.
Which is 889.
That's the one where, we're going, the tables, I'm sorry, maybe it's not 889.
No, the
Which-
889 is the use regulation.
Yeah,
table of use regulation.
that one, for me, I want the SIC code for basically upcycling.
Okay.
Which Heather did put that out, and I hope you can, I think it's a simple fix just to put that in there without going.
Yeah, that would be a matter if we have full board support of that. Upcycling, I know it encompasses a lot of things, and we've had discussions internally with various town board members. Upcycling, that's recycling, potentially needing a Part 360 permit. That's up to the board whether or not they want to, that's something that they want to include in there.
Special permit. Which one am I talking about, Greg? I have them.
Yeah.
So there is no, we've discussed this and we kind of spoke about this at length at work session. There is no SIC code for upcycling. It doesn't exist
No,
in the SIC code. It's essentially their recycling uses. So the question fundamentally posed to the board is, do you want Middle Country Road and Edwards Avenue in Calverton to become potentially a recycling hub? That's the fundamental question. So I mean, I understand that there are some board members who have questions, concerns about this. But again, like I said at the work session last week, if you guys would like to further discuss this, I would please ask you to readopt a moratorium, because right now we are in a very unenviable position where people are wanting to process their applications and we are unable to give them a clear path
So,
forward.
I
They need to be
understand.
able to know the process and.
Right, so Greg, so what you're saying, and the way you're saying it is like recycling, everybody's going to do in that area. What I'm saying is, why do we need to go back to a moratorium if three people on the board say that, yeah, I'm calling it upcycling, you're calling it recycling. I understand the SIC code defines it as recycling. I'm not going to credit the government for being on top of anything. It's by special permit. And all I'm saying is, if new technology comes to take cans and turn it into something, you call it recycling, I call it upcycling. What's the downside? And you're selling it like it's Frankenstein.
So when we spoke about this at work session, we got a majority of the board to move forward. You know, we had this
Well,
discussion.
do it right now. Pull it
We
right
had this
now.
discussion on Thursday.
Pull it
We
now.
presented to the board. It was the agreement that those uses were maybe more appropriate within the PIP zoning, not within the Calverton Industrial Zone or the Light Industrial Zone.
So before we finalize the resolution, I don't have a
submitted-
problem editing it right now before we pass it to allow it as a special permit. So I'll support Councilman Kern on that.
Where would you be adding it? I just need to specifically know, and if there's support or not. Because it's a little hard to do these things on the fly.
All right, so here's what we have. We have a packet that has submitted resolutions. Those resolutions need to be called individually. If someone has a proposed amendment to one of those resolutions, they bring that up once it's been moved and seconded.
But we're under open comment right now, so he can ask
Right.
just on a
Yeah.
generalized
But
level.
I'm just saying, we're not, we shouldn't be polling or anything like that. The resolution's already in the packet.
Correct.
So.
I'd agree with Mr. Howard.
And it's interesting, these resolutions are for publish and post for a public, calling for a public hearing to address these matters. It's not
Correct.
calling to make anything resolute.
I know, but you can't change it when
Correct.
you go to a public hearing. So if we need to
Why not?
edit something right now, because then
You
we
could,
got to
but
do
you
a
may
new
have to
public
go back to
hearing, and then
another
you're gonna
public
delay
hearing.
the
That would be
I
correct.
see what you're saying, okay.
So he's concerned, the planning department's concerned about time, so if we have to make an adjustment, now's the time to do it, so that the resolution that's voted on is accurate, if it's changed and edited. Well,
Yeah,
we'll
that's
see when
what,
it comes up.
I'm responding to your concern about time. Is it something we do now, or we wait to the public hearing?
You would have to take as Eric just said, you'd have to take an action on the resolutions that are before you. If you want to change them, you'd have to offer an amendment and see if there's board support to amend them or not.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
All right.
So can you specify, because there's a multitude of resolutions here, specifically which one is going from
So
30 to
the table
35
of
is my
uses
concern.
should
I'm not interested in, I'm looking to protect the farmers. I'd like to know specifically which one that is at hand.
There's two questions.
There's 89.
One is the use of TDRs as dimensional regulations for
Yes.
Yeah.
building height.
Yeah.
It's
The other
890.
is the types of uses allowed under
Correct.
the use table.
So 889 is the table of uses, and then Let me just see where.
Yeah, I think it's 890, Matt, is the.
Yeah, then 890 is the
non-conventional.
light industrial, so it'll become the industrial district, table of dimensional regulations. It's currently the light industrial, so.
890 has the height restriction.
Yeah, 889 and 890.
Giving additional height.
890 for the, 889 for the uses, and then 890 for the,
Okay.
for the height.
Oops.
Yeah, we would also have to amend the TDR section as well. So, I mean, this has all been drafted based on, what was analyzed in the GEIS for the comp plan.
Okay.
Right, but nothing we're asking for was not unaccepted during the last DEGIS. So we're asking for still less than what was adopted in the 2003.
In
It's
the
not
year,
like we're going to .5 FAR and we have to do a new DGEIS, right?
no, but it's kind of
Why don't we go through the
immaterial at this
resolutions
point.
when we
Then
get to
bring
it.
it up with.
All right?
Yeah, let's go, yeah.
You know,
Right.
I mean, yeah, let's just go through them.
Just so I'm clear, which resolution?
889 and 890.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can hang out as we.
Right,
There you go.
start out with resolution number 1.
Okay, Resolution 882.
Authorizes town clerk to publish and post notice to local law to amend Chapter 301 zoning and land development, Part 2 districts, Article XL2, transfer development rights, 301 to 202 transfer development rights map pursuant to the recommendations of the 2024 comprehensive plan. So moved.
Second.
Vote, please.
Woski,
Yes.
Merrifield,
Yes.
Kern,
Yes.
Rothwell,
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 883.
Authorizes town clerk to publish and post notice to local law to amend Chapter 301 zoning and land development, Part 2 districts, Article 2 districts and boundaries, 301-6 boundaries of districts to amend zoning map to change certain properties to the Calverton Industrial C1 zoning use district pursuant to the recommendations of the 2002-24 comprehensive plan update. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Woski,
Yes.
Merrifield,
Yes.
Kern,
Yes.
Rothwell,
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 884.
Authorizes the town clerk to publish and post notice to local law to amend Chapter 301 zoning and land use development, Part 2 districts, Article 2 districts and boundaries, Section 301-6 boundaries of districts to amend zoning map to change certain properties to the Hamlet Center HC zoning use district pursuant to the recommendations of the 2024 comprehensive plan update. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Woski,
Yes.
Merrifield,
Yes.
Kern,
Yes.
Rothwell,
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 885.
Authorizes town clerk to publish and post notice to local law to amend Chapter 301 zoning and land development, Part 2 districts, Article 2 districts and boundaries, 301-6 boundaries of districts to amend zoning map to change certain properties to the Open Space Conservation OSC zoning use district pursuant to the recommendations of the 2024 comprehensive plan update. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Woski,
Yes.
Merrifield,
Yes.
Kern,
Yes.
Rothwell,
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 886.
Authorizes town clerk to publish and post notice to local law to amend Chapter 301 zoning and land development, Part 2 districts, Article 2 districts and boundaries, 301-6 boundaries of districts to amend zoning map to change certain properties in the Residences B40, RB40 zoning use district pursuant to recommendations of the 2024 comprehensive plan. So moved.
Second.
Vote, please.
Woski,
Yes.
Merrifield,
Yes.
Kern,
Yes.
Rothwell,
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 887.
I don't have 887.
I don't have it.
You don't have it? You have 887? You don't have it? Authorizes town clerk to publish and post notice to local law to amend Chapter 301 zoning and land development, Part 2 districts, Article 2 districts and boundaries, 301-6 boundaries of districts to amend zoning map to change certain properties to the light industrial, in parentheses, LI zoning use district pursuant to the recommendations of the 2024 comprehensive plan update. So moved.
Seconded.
Thank you.
Vote, please.
Woski,
Yes.
Merrifield,
Yes.
Kern,
Yes.
Rothwell,
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 888.
Authorizes the town clerk to publish and post notice to amend Chapter 301 Zoning and Land Use Development, Article 2, Districts and Boundaries, Section 301-5A, Classes of Districts pursuant to the recommendations of the 2024 Comprehensive Plan Update. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Woski.
Yes.
Merrifield.
Yes.
Kern.
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 889.
Authorizes town clerk to publish and post notice to amend Chapter 301 Zoning and Land Development to include attachment 4B, Town of Riverhead Industrial District's Table of Use Regulations pursuant to the recommendations of the 2024 Comprehensive Plan Update. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Do we want to amend anything on this?
No, this isn't the one. It's 889 and 890.
Okay.
This is,
Oh, wait.
This is
This is
889.
889.
Oh, yeah, wait a second. Hold on. No, I don't think this is the one.
This is specific
This is
uses.
the table.
This is the use table, Bob.
Is this the one we're on right now?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't have. Yes, I'm sorry. This is the one. So in this, right, I want to know the downside. And I'm just
So
going to say.
you would be allowing essentially, the likely place would like, in SIC where it would fall would be recycling or some kind of waste
I
processing.
know, but Matt, the way you.
You asked me a question, can I answer the
No, I
question?
appreciate that. I portray.
Yeah.
You call it recycling, I know it's upcycling. This is the way I portray it. I'm looking at what's coming down the pike in the future. My impression is, and I may be wrong, that you have this old-fashioned sense of what recycling is.
I don't think that's correct. We're talking about a heavier industrial use that would be allowed in both the
You're making
potentially.
an assumption
Can I
that
answer
it's
the question,
heavy
Bob?
industrial use.
Can I answer the question so I can provide some logic as why we decided where certain uses are going to go? So we have,
Yes, go ahead.
we have a new industrial zone, Calverton Industrial. So that's essentially the old Calverton, the old Industrial A and old Industrial C. That's becoming a new zone, and then light industrial is going to be in other areas. A use like this, it's a potentially noxious use, heavy traffic. It's not appropriate. We, as staff, are not recommending that it goes in these new industrial zones. These are large swaths of Calverton that this would be more appropriate to go in the PIP. If the majority of the board feels otherwise, that's up to this board. This is what staff is recommending to you.
And I appreciate that, but the key word that you used is potential.
These would require Part 360 permits, so I think the town board knows what a Part 360 permit is. That's solid waste
And
from
here's,
the deed.
this is what I'm recommending to the rest of the board,
Go for
okay? And I've done a lot of research on what's going on in upcycling.
Mhm.
And I'll say this, if it's by special permit, the board, this board or board a year from now or 2 or 3 years from now, has the opportunity to turn it down. I don't want to turn down the future now on the word potential. That's all I'm saying. The rest of the board does, that's fine, it's.
Leave it up to the board.
Okay, so what are you amending? What are you putting up?
I want the SIC code that Heather identified. Great, that's the one. Because we know it is waste and recycling in the old way. There are new things happening and will continue to happen. And that's what I'm recommending to the board. And it's by special permit, so you can vote it up or down.
So state your amendment so we can vote.
What's the code? What am I amending?
We've given our recommendation.
Yeah.
Spoke about this at work session.
Is there an SIC code?
I don't know what the number is off the top of my head.
If you'd like the waste code for recycling,
Yeah, please.
I don't think that recycling belongs in this area.
Then you say no.
So why don't we just vote on it?
Yeah, I think that's the easier way to do it.
Good. I'm for it.
Okay,
You're
so there's an
against.
amendment, there's a proposed motion to amend this table that's part of this resolution by Councilman Kern, proposing to add
Waste.
recycling
Waste recycling.
with the appropriate SIC code. Is
So
that accurate?
I'll second his motion.
Okay. Now you vote on the motion to amend.
Hit it, Jim.
Woski.
No.
Merrifield.
No, based upon the comprehensive plan that was submitted to the public, that we've had public hearings on, this is what, the proposal that we have is the one that they've all looked at and spoken about, and I don't want to amend it any further at this point, no.
Kern.
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Ooh, Hubbard.
No.
Motion not carried.
So now we have to
Okay.
vote on the resolution as is, please.
Right.
Sorry.
Yes.
The absolute resolution.
I don't want to step on your toe, sorry.
Well, we did have, Woski originally moved this.
Yeah, it was moved and seconded.
Okay, Resolution 889, can we move and second it?
It's been moved and
Been
seconded.
moved and seconded, we just gotta have a
You
vote on
just
it.
vote on
Okay,
it.
then vote on the actual resolution.
All right, 889 is written. Woski.
Yes.
Merrifield.
Yes is written.
Kern.
No.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Motion, it is carried. Kern was a no. Resolution 890.
I just don't agree with some of the rest, so I'm gonna ask somebody else to move it forward.
Authorizes town clerk to publish and post notice to amend Chapter 301 zoning and land development, Attachment 4, light industrial, LI district schedule of dimensional regulations pursuant to the recommendations of the 2024 comprehensive plan update. So moved.
Seconded? Anybody?
Seconded.
Okay.
So just brief discussions, my reason for holding off on this was simply that the height for industrial's been increased from 30 to 35, and I feel like we're taking that potential TDRs away from our farming community. I'd rather keep it at 30, let them go to 35, but let them purchase TDRs and help the agricultural farming community. So I'm not interested in raising the height without benefiting the farmers. So that's my reasons for.
Did this go by the TDR committee at all?
The TDR committee, we consulted with them through the entire comprehensive plan process.
Right, but I appreciate that, Matt.
Mhm.
And I was on the steering committee and I was involved in a lot of this. And
Yep.
in my notes, I can tell you that somebody at the end of the day made the decision, because I know I was in favor of .35. And I also know, and other things that we discussed when we had people in the room and we would manage to do it. I would leave it at 30 feet, the way it was, right? And somebody wants to go to 35 because that they have to purchase development rights, number one. Number two, after talking with the assessor, when they take a 100,000 square foot building, and be hypothetical, and let's say it's .25 FAR, and they want to go to .3, or I'm going to recommend .35, you end up with cubic feet. When they do the assessment, they don't look at it as, I'm just adding 5,000 square feet to the FAR. If it's 30 feet high, they use the cubic feet metric, as Greg and I are very much aware of. Same thing with the height. So, and I appreciate all the work that's been done on this. Don't get me wrong, but I'm going to say this. I do not support giving away 5 feet, because the TDR committee does not support giving away 5 feet, number one. Number two, it was .4, and I appreciate Greg's comment that there was no reason why it was .4.
Correct, it was recommended as .2.
In the 2003 comp plan. However, the DGEIS supported it. It got passed. How did
No, it
how did it end up in there?
We do not know.
So it went in the comp
No minutes? Yeah, it went in as one recommendation and then was adopted as another. That's a problem for the town board at the time.
I still think it was a typo.
Yeah.
So then,
There's no other
That could be true.
explanation
Yeah,
for
we
it.
have there's no.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
so let's leave it there. That's fine.
Mhm.
So what you're saying, so we could go from 35 to 30 without making going back to DGEIS, because we know we can go to 35, right? So are you saying that in order to go from .25 to .30 to .30 and a .35, would that then say we need to do a new DGEIS?
I would say, yeah, our entire analysis is based on the numbers that you
Okay,
have.
so here's what
Yeah.
I would do. I would go to 30, I would vote to go to .30 now and go back to your commitment that you guys made at the work session that let's get this passed due to timing, and then we'll fix it.
So I'm going to recommend that it's voted on as written, because that's the analysis that we did. It's difficult to change, to have height quantified different. So everything that we do in terms of TDR floor area, it's all two-dimensional numbers. So to add something that deals in 3 dimensions, it's going to throw off the whole system, and everything else will have to be changed.
But you say that, but after
It's apples to oranges.
You're under the Economic Development Department. I went and spoke to the assessor, who told me how it's assessed, and actually, it's assessed 3-dimensionally. I get the simplicity of, keeping it at square footage, but let's be, I have a fiduciary duty. So
You do.
I'm going to rely on the assessor and how the assessments are done. And I don't know that, and I even said, I recommended, if it's a 80,000 square foot building and they want to go up 5 feet from 30, just sell 1 TDR to go up 5 feet every 80,000 feet.
I agree with that.
So then we're potentially creating 2 different values for TDR compared to when you're using it in other districts.
You're doing that in other districts too, because in residential, you're saying.
It's X and Y, that's
3,000.
correct, but it's all in 2 dimensions.
It's all assumptions, and we all agree on that. All I'm saying is leave it at 30 and let's figure it out to get to 35. Let's sit with the assessor and do it right.
You don't have to convince me, Bob. I have the recommendation before you to vote as is. I think you should speak to the rest of the board, but go ahead.
Here's what I'm saying. Leave it at 30. People can vote any way they want. I'm just one person up here. And I would leave it at .30, but I am going to go with what you guys said at the work session. Get it passed, and then we'll fix it later. I believed you when you said that. I still believe you.
So you want to make an amendment to change it from 35 to 30?
Yeah.
So.
I want to make an amendment to go from 35 to 30.
It's a motion.
Seconded.
Second motion.
Seconded.
Vote,
Okay.
please.
Vote
Vote on the
proposed
amended Woski.
No.
Wait, before we need to know what we're changing to 30. Is it both districts or just
The
the
height.
one? Sorry. But it's, the table deals in 2 districts.
Right.
C1 and L1?
So there's CI and there's light industrial.
This is LI we're talking about.
Yeah, sorry. So it's both of them. So
It's
we need to know.
LI and CI, both
Both of
35, but they're both essentially in the area currently 30, right?
Well, no, LI is already 35.
If LI is 35, what is now 30?
Industrial C. No, Virginia industrial.
Which is coming C1.
CI.
CI. Okay, that's the one that is 30. That's the one I'm referring to.
So we're changing the CI.
Just CI?
To 30.
Just CI. I'm not going to give.
I just want to be clear for the record.
I'm not going to take something away from somebody, but I'm not going to give somebody something for nothing. So it's just CI.
Noted.
So it's just to change that, and I agree. Farming, go ahead.
It's not that I'm anti-farmers or farming. I've actually sat down and had conversations with the planning department, with Dawn Thomas, about exactly what this does or does not do. And they're the professionals. They know what the formula is going to be of what's going to work and what's not going to work. And they basically assured me that this is the right thing to do for the town, for everyone. It's not anything against the farmers by any means at all. I fully support the farmland community and the TDR program. I want to see the TDR program succeed. You're telling me that this is the way to get it done? I trust you. This is what we have to do.
Again, based that this is all on assumptions, which we agreed, we understand this.
I wouldn't call
Planning
3
is an
years of a
assumption.
comprehensive plan an assumption, but
I got the
yeah.
same thought, same thing sent to me. Look, you seconded, go call a vote. Let people vote it down.
The vote I'm calling for now is an amended resolution from 35 feet to 30 feet in the LI district.
No.
No, CI.
CI
district.
CI.
Well, that's not what the resolution reads. Okay. CI.
Or CI.
Okay, Woski,
No.
Merrifield,
No, I don't want to extend the moratorium. I want it
Kern.
as is.
They're not extending the moratorium.
Well, if we have to amend these things, then is more public notice about it
It's
as well?
gonna go on the.
We're going less. This is not doing anything to the moratorium.
I'm also satisfied with it is as it's written. Thank you.
Kern, your vote?
For the amendment, from 35 to 30.
Rothwell?
Yes, I'd like it be corrected to 30. I vote yes.
Hubbard?
No, like it as is.
Resolution as amended is not adopted. Resolution as written. Woski?
Yes.
Merrifield?
Yes.
Kern?
No.
Rothwell?
No.
Yeah.
Hubbard?
Yes.
Resolution is adopted. Kern, Rothwell, no. That's really got me going crazy in my notes here. Resolution 891.
Okay, what's that mean?
You got it?
Authorizes town clerk to publish and post notice to amend Chapter 301 zoning and land development. Attachment 3, commercial districts table of dimensional regulations pursuant to recommendations of the 2024 comprehensive plan update. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Woski?
Yes.
Merrifield?
Yes.
Kern?
Yes.
Rothwell?
Yes.
Hubbard?
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 892.
Authorizes the town clerk to publish and post notice to amend Chapter 301 zoning and land use development, Part 2 districts, Article XX15, 1B.
24.
That's 24, thank you. Industrial B, zoning use district to remove the Industrial B zoning use district and reserve Article 24 pursuant to the recommendations of the 2024 Comprehensive Plan Update. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Woski?
Yes.
Merrifield?
Yes.
Kern?
Yes.
Rothwell?
Yes.
Hubbard?
Yes.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 893.
Authorizes town clerk to publish and post notice to amend Chapter 301 zoning and land development, Part 2 districts, Article 23 Industrial A zoning use district to remove the Industrial A zoning use district and reserve Article 23 pursuant to the recommendations of the 2024 Comprehensive Plan Update. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Woski?
Yes.
Merrifield?
Yes.
Kern?
Yes.
Rothwell?
Yes.
Hubbard?
Yes.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 894.
Authorize the town clerk to publish and post to amend Chapter 301 zoning and land development, Part 2 districts, Article 39, Planned Industrial Park, PIP, zoning use districts 301 to 185A, permitted uses pursuant to the recommendations of the 2024 comprehensive plan. So moved.
Wait, we're on 89.
That's you, Bob.
Second.
Vote, please.
Woski?
Yes.
Merrifield?
Yes.
Kern?
Yes.
Rothwell?
Yes.
Hubbard?
Yes.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 895.
Authorizes town clerk to publish and post notice to amend Chapter 301 zoning and land development, Part 2 districts, Article 20, what is it? 26. Light industrial LI zoning use district pursuant to the recommendations of the 2024 comprehensive plan update. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Woski?
Yes.
Merrifield?
Yes.
Kern?
Yes.
Rothwell?
Yes.
Hubbard?
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 896.
Authorizes the town clerk to publish and post notice to amend Chapter 301 zoning and land use development, Part 2 districts, Article 25 Industrial C zoning use district pursuant to the recommendations of the 2024 Comprehensive Plan Update. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Woski?
Yes.
Merrifield?
Yes.
Kern?
Yes.
Rothwell?
Yes.
Hubbard?
Yes.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 897.
Authorizes town clerk to publish and post notice to amend Chapter 301 zoning and land development, Part 2 districts, Article, is that 62?
42.
XL 2, transfer of development, right, what?
42.
Oh, it is, okay. Transfer of development rights, 301, 204 through 301-208 pursuant to the recommendations of the 2024 Comprehensive Plan Update. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Woski?
Yes.
Merrifield?
Yes.
Kern?
Yes.
Rothwell?
Yes.
Hubbard?
Yes.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 898.
Authorize the town clerk to publish and post notice to amend Chapter 301 Zoning and Land Development, Part 1, General Provisions, Article 1, Title, Purpose, Definitions, and Interpretation 301-3B, Definitions, Word Usage, pursuant to the recommendations of the 2024 Comprehensive Plans. Updates so moved.
Second.
Vote, please.
Woski.
Yes.
Merrifield.
Yes.
Kern.
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 899.
Authorizes town clerk to publish and post public notice to consider a local law to amend Chapter 103 titled Town Officers and Employees, Article 6, Term Limits of the Riverhead Town Code. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Woski.
Yes.
Merrifield.
Yes.
Kern.
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 900.
Adopts a local law to amend Chapter 269, Section 5 of the Riverhead Town Code entitled Removal and Return of Abandoned Carts. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Woski.
Yes.
Merrifield.
Yes.
Kern.
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 901.
Adopts a local law to amend Chapter 237, Section 4 of the Riverhead Town Code titled Permit Procedures. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Woski.
Yes.
Merrifield.
Yes.
Kern.
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 902.
Adopts a local law to amend Chapter 231 of the Riverhead Town Code titled Fire Prevention. So moved.
Second.
Vote, please.
Woski.
Yes.
Merrifield.
Yes.
Kern.
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 903.
Is an easy one. Awards bid for Class A biosolids improvements. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Woski.
Yes.
Merrifield.
Yes.
Kern.
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 905.
Appoints a maintenance mechanic 2. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Woski.
Yes.
Merrifield.
Yes.
Kern.
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 906.
Appoints part-time traffic control specialist. So moved.
Second.
Vote, please.
Woski.
Yes.
Merrifield.
Yes.
Kern.
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 907.
Appoints a code enforcement officer. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Merrifield. Oh, I did it backwards.
Yeah.
Woski.
Yes.
Merrifield.
Yes.
Kern.
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes, congratulations to Kyle on the civil service test.
That's good.
Yeah, great. Resolution is accepted. Resolution 908.
Accepts the retirement of an auto mechanic 3. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Woski.
Yes.
Merrifield.
Yes.
Kern.
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 909.
Assesses cost of labor and material for previously authorized remedial actions at premises known as 271 Hubbard Avenue, Riverhead, New York, Suffolk County Tax Map Number 0600 112-00-1-00-028-000 pursuant to Riverhead Town Code, Chapter 251. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Woski.
Yes.
Merrifield.
Yes.
Kern.
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 910.
Ratifies authorization for supervisor to execute a license agreement with Ademco, Inc. to utilize runway at EPCAL. So moved.
Second.
Vote, please.
Woski.
Yes.
Merrifield.
Yes.
Kern.
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 911.
Authorizes submission of grant application to Suffolk County for program year 2025 Community Development Block Grant Funding. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Woski.
Yes.
Merrifield.
Yes.
Kern.
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 912.
Authorizes the Town of Riverhead Police Chief to execute New York State title for settlement with State Farm Insurance Company. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Woski.
Yes.
Merrifield.
Yes.
Kern.
Yes.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Hey, Tim, it's Denise.
What? 9:13.
Apparently, she's not watching the board meeting and she's calling me.
But that was a resolution 913.
Authorizes application to Suffolk County for HUD home funds and authorizes supervisor to execute grant agreement. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Woski,
Yes.
Merrifield,
Yes.
Kern,
Yes.
Rothwell,
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 914.
Authorizes the removal of fixed assets. So moved.
Second.
Vote, please.
Woski,
Yes.
Merrifield,
Yes.
Kern,
Yes.
Rothwell,
You sure we can't get 21 years out of this car? We gonna, what is it going here?
400,000 miles.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 915.
Authorizes the removal of fixed assets. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Woski,
Yes.
Merrifield,
Yes.
Kern,
Yes.
Rothwell,
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 916.
Pays bills. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Woski,
Yes.
Merrifield,
Yes.
Kern,
Yes.
Rothwell,
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 917.
Provisionally appoints a senior accountant. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Woski,
Yes.
Merrifield,
Yes.
Kern,
Yes.
Rothwell,
Congratulations, John. Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Resolution is adopted. Resolution 918.
Resolution to amend the preliminary budget for the 2025 fiscal year by reducing salary expenditures for town board, supervisor, and town board. So moved.
Second.
Vote, please.
Woski,
Yes.
Merrifield,
Yes.
Kern,
Yes.
Rothwell,
Yeah, I vote to reduce it, and again, but I will not take it. Yes.
Rothwell, Hubbard.
Yes.
Resolution is adopted. That ends our
Oh, you got this?
few resolutions.
Okay. Now we're going to open it up to comments from the public on any matter. Comments on any matter. We have somebody online. Let's take them.
Who's that?
John.
There we go. Sorry, this is something I wanted to say, but you jumped into the resolutions and he didn't notice my request. Just quick, I think Mike's comment was something of a non sequitur. The generalized national vote being less this year has nothing to do with the norm of when there are higher votes. So my point is that the local election should go to the norm of when more people are inclined to vote. But actually, I think what I wanted to say more importantly is what came out after that, which is, I think, I don't know what the Riverhead totals were versus 4 years ago, but certainly one of the factors that was going on was so many people did early vote because they felt so intensely their opinion, or at least they tried to do early vote. The long line at Town Hall, I think, was reflective of somebody's mistaken judgment about using the basement area for the early vote. I was down there as a poll watcher, and the line was stopped at various times because they couldn't fit people in the space, and also because of the conditions of the space, the heat and the lack of fresh air. So I hope whoever made that decision that it could be reconsidered and you find a more appropriate space, because I think, like it or not, the early voting is going to be part of the way we do elections in the future.
Okay,
Yeah,
John,
John,
I think you
just
got to
to-
take those
Have a good-
sentiments to the Board of Elections, because they're the ones that set that up and requested the location.
Okay,
What's that?
I will do that.
That's it.
I do work for the Board of Elections, and they said that you guys pick where it goes in Riverhead.
They asked us to use our building.
Okay.
We asked them.
No, they told us that you wouldn't use Shade Tree to do it
They told
for
us
the
Shade
early
Tree was
voting.
too small
For early voting?
for early voting,
All
because
right.
it's a presidential year.
Yeah.
Oh,
So they
okay.
requested this.
Okay.
There's limited parking.
I-
The building might be the right size, but there's no
Well,
parking.
I think that there was a
Fills up
whole debacle last year with the elevator being shut off on early voting, and there was a line. So I thought they were asking if they can go somewhere else, because they had done the county center at one point, and then Shade Tree.
Honestly, we wish they would. It's an inconvenience here.
Just to add to this, the director of the senior center, Kelly Tucci, asked if we could move it out of at least the early voting out of the senior center, because it requires her to basically close down two rooms where she runs programs for the seniors, because they have to have the machines in there locked and.
And this
everything
building.
I guess it's it's life, so, but that's one thing why they didn't like it here. I had gotten complaints that going down to the basement on the stairs is dark and that the elevator is slow. I don't know. I mean, I did notice that it was dark.
It wouldn't hurt our feelings if they decided to go somewhere else.
Why couldn't they do it up here, in this room for the early voting?
This room is used all the
10 days.
time for meetings, yeah.
Okay. It's just.
They should use
question.
cooperative extension.
Thank you.
Right,
Yeah. All right, seeing nobody else with public comments, I just want to take a minute to mention what happened earlier in the board meeting, and I've said this in my inauguration statement, that the town board meetings were not going to be circus acts anymore. And if you come in here and you decide to act like a clown and make it a circus, you will be removed. And I made that very clear. If you can't come, and it's not just the town board, it's any of our boards, if you can't come to the microphone and be respectful and civil, stay home. You won't be allowed in, you will be removed from the building. It was sad what happened, and it's unfortunate somebody had to be removed, but it won't be tolerated. And I just want to send that message out loud and strong. Thank you, everybody. I'd like to make a motion to close the town board meeting.
We just say a special thank you to the planning board, who has been sitting so patiently
Yes.
here waiting for the room.
And
It
they
might
have
be
another
time to
meeting
get them
to
their
go
own
into.
boardroom. I think that's what they want in offices. We'll think about that in the future.
I think they're all sitting back there saying they would rather be on the town board than the planning board. What do you think?
Your seats are going to be warmed
Yeah.
up, though.
I know Ed would want to come up back to the town board.
As well as the residents that are here to discuss projects with them. Thanks for your patience.
Yes, thank you, everybody. Make a motion to close the town board
Make a
meeting?
motion.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Everybody have a great weekend, and thanks for bearing with us today.